Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to yet another edition of the Zotac Cup Valorant, powered by Nvidia, LG Ultragear, Crucial, and Corsair. So, anything you need in the GPU department, anything you need in the monitor department, hell, everything from SSDs to your mice to your headset, it seems like our sponsors got you covered. And you know what else we got covered? CCV. We got some
Entertainment.
amazing, best of one Valorant action headed in for the entire evening. So, ladies and gentlemen. This is all you need to click for the rest of the day.
Certainly so. And I mean, yeah, the viewers, all they need to do is sit back, relax, as multiple teams from Southeast Asia will be fighting against each other for those limited amount of spots. These teams from the hundreds that had registered, from the hundreds that had played the initial stage of the qualifiers, it has all boiled down to 16 of them. And now even that is going to get reduced even more. At the end of, Southeast Asia, there are only 4 spots remaining. We know the 4 teams that are there from South Asia. We saw their matches. OG, we have casted through the South Asian qualifiers. Now the South Asian teams, they're just waiting for the main event. More so, they are waiting for their opponents. And just like that, all the audience as well, they are waiting to see which of these teams, which teams exactly will be making their way on over into the playoffs and also into the next stage and into the final stage of this qualifier. Right now, it's all best of ones. We have 5 best of ones planned. 10 different teams, all from different countries in Southeast Asia, will be playing against each other, all teams of different calibers, competitive history, competitive tiers. And that brings us to match number 1, which is going to be Fullsense from Thailand up against Lightspeed Esports as well. As we mentioned that, let's jump into the game already, OG. And we can see Fullsense right now being one of the best, at the very least, being like one of the top 5 teams in APAC. I
Yep.
would consider that Lightspeed Esports, they have a ton of work in front of them, and this is by no means going to be an easy journey. However, does the composition help them any bit? What are your thoughts?
Well, on the side of Lightspeed Esports, we have the Killjoy, an agent which I think has slowly started to phase out in terms of the information and the hold that she does have. You also have the Jet and the Astra staples on the map alongside a Sova, which is very common on Haven. You have the choice between that Sky and the Breach, and it looks like Script's gone for the Breach. On the other side, we have the Rena alongside the Jet, alongside the Astra, Sova, and Killjoy. So it's
Choose your
almost
agent.
equivalent on either side, with the main difference being one side opting for the double duelist and the other opting for a double initiator. That's the difference here.
That is true. And full sense opting for the double duelist, I think it's extremely clear what they want to do. They just want to go for frags. Plain and simple, they want to go for kills,
Yeah.
and there's nothing denying that. And you know what? I'm not going to hold it up against them at the moment, because considering a team of this caliber, considering a team that has played, at the upper echelons of global Valorant and proved themselves there as well, they can do whatever they want against whomever they want. And you can't really doubt them, because if a team like them, who have their basics absolutely covered to the greatest extent, they are going to be great at what they're going to do. It's more about Lightspeed Esports as well. It's more about how they play. So let's see how both of these teams play as we jump into the pistol round. And already we can spot at the side of Full Sense, well, they will be on attack. Full Sense will be on defense. Lightspeed, they will be the ones on attack. And keeping that in mind, I have to say that this double initiator starting off with it, OG, it's going to help Lightspeed Esports. So they have to make that initial mark against their opposition, and that certainly is going to be the best and most efficient way to start off this match.
Yeah, and it seems like the most efficient way is also on the back of a headshot with John. He's getting the double. Be able to retreat. Of course, they have lost a so beautiful shot. That was exactly the aggression that they were looking for. Although it didn't pan in from short, that fear was always in the back of their mind. Now, Lightspeed Esports, 2 men left. What's their strategy back into this round? Link still has 2 stars available. Agi, 1 nanoswarm left in his arsenal. Again, it's gonna require the Jet the double kill to even dash back to safety. Luckily, a little cover. And Lightspeed Esports, at least what's left of them, commit to the backstab. They do not want to go forward on that push. Rather, they're going to rotate all the way around long and still pick and prod around the A side.
But there are 3 defenders right here. And Love Family, he's got 3 HP. Now he's got none other members of Fullsense. They spot out the attackers, and it's going to be Shala with the final 2 kills. So a round that started off very hot-handed with the teams quite literally pushing into each other's territory. Then it calmed off for quite a lot as the Lightspeed were trying to figure out and trying to make sense of what exactly they need to do. And the decision they came upon, it was still a good decision. I mean, they really didn't have many choices considering the clock was ticking down second after second. They committed to A, and with 2 members you really can't do much. Fullsense, quite simple victory for them. You know, after those initial couple of kills from John Olsen, there wasn't really anything much intricate that could have happened from the attack. So now in this round as well, not much intricacy that can be planned from Lightspeed Esports. They just have upgraded pistols. They're gonna rush into the bomb site, try to get a couple of kills. However, the Fullsense members, they have spotted them, and they are prepared for a C and a garage take.
They have a good inkling as to what lies ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
Could have come in with that drone. Now, that would have bought him a little more crucial time, but also would have put him in a vulnerable spot against Mig. Oh, Mig spots him. Should have a good inkling as to where that drone came from. They did try to facilitate him on the back of that flash. There we go. There's the peak. A flashy one in that as well. John, second thoughts about pushing the smoke. He knows that if he does play that one aggressive, the classic at range is absolutely shreds. Beautiful job there by Love Family. Dom Toretto vibes just keep running as it's still a 3 versus 3. But what's going to win this is the power of crossfire, the power of friendship and trust. Blix, he hears the backstab. He anticipates this aggression coming in through mid. Blix, the Ares is potent at this range with the classic. He can't close it out though. Sha-la-la-la-la. He comes in as Shalala with the big save. 2-0. This was quite costly though. So, economy at least shredded.
Lightspeed, they just had those upgraded pistols, but you know, as soon as they got sight control, Fullsense were going for a slow retake. And yeah, at the end of the day, it was successful, but only thanks to Shala and that 4K he got. Other than that, I genuinely think Lightspeed had the entire round in their hands. But now, yeah, as you were mentioning, OG, about the economy of Fullsense, we can spot a couple of, you know, an Ares, 2 Sheriffs, armors present, and there is the one ultimate, the only single ultimate that is on Shala from the side of the defense, which he can use if the need be for a retake scenario, just any scenario he wants to use the Cosmic Divide in. As for now, Lightspeed, they are funneling through C. The dive agent goes through Shala. He doesn't miss his shots. He gets one. He gets traded out though. That one is the only one he'll be getting for now as Fullsense. They're still looking to keep side control. Lightspeed are pushing through and they're breaking the barrier of this defense. 2 versus 3 now. Lami's in the bomb side. He'll be peeking the angle very quickly. He can retrieve a gun. As a matter of fact, he does.
Be back.
Gets the kill, and now Swoop as well! He too falls, and RG is the only person alive, but the backstab.
It might just be perfect fouls. Look at here though, and the drone! It was outshone, the flank. Holy hell. That was a disastrous shank. RG. That was so perfectly timed, and again, that was just beautiful job on the retake, right? They got it down to that 2 versus 1. At this point, Lightspeed Esports, they're gonna be really happy because they played their cards right, and it was ideal circumstance for them, right? You need to see them maybe win a round more convincingly, because right now they aren't gonna be what we consider heavy favorites.
Moving on, they've got to make sure they win a couple more. And that's the thing, they are on their attack or Lightspeed Esports, so these rounds they should be favoring them inherently, and well, they still are in this round as well, considering the fact that Fullsense, you know, they are on their eco, they just have upgraded pistols, not really much that can be dealt with them. Lightspeed should be looking to neutralize the score as well, bring it down to 2-2, and then from that point forward we can move forward as a spike goes down. Love Family, he spots one, misses his shots, and now the members of Lightspeed, more specifically Meg by himself, now with the assist of Spoof. He's AFK, okay. He didn't want to move right there. Lightspeed, well, they still get a flawless round on board. I'm just not really sure. Was that because of internet? Or was that because of something else? What's happened? It's happened. He got a 3K. I'll let him off the hook for this one instance.
Yeah, he did what he was supposed to do. Also, what he wasn't supposed to do, ironically. You know what they call this in our lobbies? They call this straight up Rangoli. So,
Because the spread is...
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's like making a beautiful pattern around your enemy. It's more about symbolic gestures, you know, decorating your kill before you take it. I think that has a lot to do with hunting and whatnot. But for one thing you do know is the fact that Lightspeed Esports aren't willing to be easy prey. Lafam,
That is true.
His aggression keenly spotted. And he's gonna fall back on the back of it. Now, this is good on the side of Lightspeed Esports because they know what's ahead of them. They're respecting it while at the same time pushing it back. They're not letting it phase their objective and their game plan towards it. Mig has a good inkling as to what the setup at B is like. Both the defenders playing towards either link. Mig with that tag, he's not going to be allowed to play this aggressively. The shock dart coming on the back of it as well, forcing the updraft, almost putting him in a vulnerable position. Nax, he's deployed that recon for the entry of the site. So once they do commit, he'd have tailwind of it. Tried to play aggressively on the back of it, held the off angle, and that's exactly where Mig delivers the choke. The man advantage nullified as Onliner comes in with a very crucial trade that leaves both the attack only on the B side. Now they have a decision to make. Do they commit to the B side plant and play the angles, or do they try to play aggressively for a frag and then play the game thereafter? Onliner, beautiful timing. It seems like that's always on his side. And Love Fam, all he had to do was wait, because the power of trust, the power of friendship, and the power of family is more than enough for him to net a frag with that operator. This seemed to be a very nice read from the side of Lightspeed Esports.
1 second, peeps.
Towards that 2 versus 2, when it seemed like it was just boiled to a stop by the side of Fullsense, they lost it right then, right there.
It was just situational awareness. Honestly, a Fullsense, Lightspeed, you know, they got the shorter end of the stick with the, because they just really weren't expecting one to peek from C Link and one to pick from A Link as well. And those two picks, they absolutely, well, they won the entire round for the defense. So now, it's a new round. This case, Lightspeed, yet again, with their executes, they're looking good. There is a, you know, retaliative utility being spent from Fullsense as well. They have used the Killjoy lockdown, the nanoswarms go through as well. The lockdown will go through, and the attackers, though they're still in the bomb side, this buys a lot of time for the defense to make up. And look at John Olsen from behind the spike. He drops the spike, and in terms of retrieving the spike, John gets another kill, and he'll be peaking more alongside the Hunter's Fury being utilized. The members of Lightspeed Esports, they are just falling by the wayside, but not before they get multiple for them. Even the Fullsense members are down to 3. 2 casualties have been spotted, with more on the horizon.
Spike down, C.
That was a hard fight for Spoof to swallow. Inshallah from the back lines. This early round was all about utility. Nothing more, nothing less. Important ultimates being committed from the side of Fullsense, which made the gunfights look so easy. 4-2 now. This lead seems to just keep on growing. Mind you, they still have that astral divide, and the Emperor is still up on the side of Fullsense. So for all they care, they can full send.
Get out of my way.
Absolutely can, but most I think is this is going to be the round where Lightspeed is Fullsense, and already Meg. Look at that. The frags this man can find on mid towards B as well, just extremely well. And now with the rolling thunder, the execute is in full force on this bomb side, and it leads to another kill. But Fullsense, they are replying back online on the burst. Shala, what just happened right there? Unfortunate for him as he wasn't looking, but Lammy certainly is looking for more. He will only find one, thus leaving the KJ all alone. Her own utility prevents her from pushing into the bomb side, but now that he has his paths paved, he can try to find more kills.
Lammy was trying to go for the very big play there, which he almost made work. Had that opportunity. An opportunity that's not going to be as easily gifted to Onliner. Position aware. Oh! He just deleted Blix, dude. That was not even fair. 4-3. Is there more yet to be? Because that was a thrifty and a beauty.
Certainly was, and I mean, I never really understand teams just entirely losing on thrifties. In this case, you know, OG, I have to ask you a question. The one pattern we're noticing from Lightspeed Esports is that is allowing them to win these rounds, more so allowing them to take side control, is overwhelming their opponents, plain and simple. Because Haven as a map has 3 bomb sites, the defenders surely are going to be more spread apart. That's just how it works, and there's no denying that whatsoever. It just works in Valorant. But with that being said, because there are fewer defenders on every individual bomb site, all the attackers can execute together, you know, just as a bunch, and they can overwhelm the opponents, take side control, and push it into a post-plant retake. Is this only applicable for the first half? Because I see Lightspeed Esports, they'll have to do something similar on their defense as well. And I'm afraid that on their defense, with their composition not favoring them, it won't be very, very pretty.
I mean, it's always keeping a trump card in your back pocket regardless what side you're going to play, right? That's what you need to have as an underdog. You need to have that curveball that throws the big teams off guard, something that they haven't seen, something hell they might not even expect to some extent. So I feel like with that dark horse element, there also needs to be some level of threat.
Spike down mid.
Whew. Now this is why I love the Marshall CCV. The accuracy, unscoped, close range viability, the entire comfort that it offers as a package alongside the lethality for its price. Yeah, a prime example of why that gun needs a slight nerf. John gonna be putting down his lure right before they commit to that push here, and it's all textbook, as Snacks was set up to look for this. He's let them through and he's not gotten anything on the defense duty. What's happening here? Fullsense. Have they lost their senses? Because it seems like they've lost this round.
They may just have, as right now side of Fullsense, well, more so. Just, yeah, 56 HP remaining. The time is ticking down as well, and Lightspeed Esports, who were on the back foot with this quick retake and with a triple kill, all thanks to Scripts. I have to say, Scripts was the man of this round. Even if Lightspeed do end up losing, the influential part he played, his ultimate, his sheer gun skill, held his team to win. And right now as well, Love Family, he spots one, he isolates one kill. Where exactly is Scripts? Oh, he uses the aftershock, he loses his life. Is there enough time?
There isn't. Nice, yeah, nice kill though. Always nice to have a little bit of confidence as a Jet. Damn. That was a round that neither of us saw coming, CCV. The ability, the ability for Scripts to pull this kind of genius out of the bag. You need to see a whole lot more of this if they need a full sense all the way back home.
Exactly. And the thing is, like, I understand that, yes, Fullsense, you know, it was their thrifty round. They had upgraded pistols, you know, a Marshall, sheriffs, and all. But it's not about that. It's more about playing together and not letting the opposition isolate your gunfights. Doesn't matter if both of you have sheriffs. If there are 2 of you and only a single person, and if you're a team who has played in Champions and stuff like that, you should know to play in duels, and you should know not to let the opposition just pick off 1v1s, especially when they have a major gun advantage, a major weaponry advantage. Now in this round, there won't be a major weaponry advantage to either one of the teams. We are spotting rifles and everything on board, alongside a lot of utility, and Lightspeed, well, they are ready for an A take, and the first kill, it does go in their favor.
Yeah, Mig finally finds that opening. Now they can just flood the site, as it's gonna be a retake setup from the side of Fullsense. 4 versus 5, which is not in their advantage. They have a couple of ultimates still up. They have that Astral Divide. They have that Empress. When are they gonna put that to use? Meg, he's gonna be playing close through side default, and that's the peak from Snacks all the way up from Heaven. So the long player, it's taken care of, and the rest of the forces in towards short.
My god.
The Astral Divide was used to absolute perfection, forcing them to reposition at such a short time. Snacks came in with the perfect peak from Heaven. This is exactly the textbook style that we were expecting them from the round prior, but I feel like now they have their goals set.
They certainly do. Fullsense, they are not messing about. And this first half, it is looking really good for Lightspeed Esports. And I just now have to think about this question that, you know, once the side swap happens, like, are we going to see a major shift in the dynamic and in the playstyles of both of these rosters? Because for Lightspeed, I can certainly expect a major shift to take place. I've talked about the composition. I'm going to talk about the playstyle as well, as if we already haven't, you know, mentioned it once or twice. But Lightspeed on defense, they're going to have to be a bit more careful with how they deal with the executes and attacks from the side of Fullsense. Fullsense, on the other hand, right now, considering Lightspeed are on a Swifty, they can play around it. They are going to go for another retake scenario, and Snacks just pushed the smoke all by himself, and that quite obviously led to his death.
Yeah, that was a questionable decision at the very best. The man disadvantage yet again on the retake. This time though, they have that blade strim up. Spoof. I don't think they're gonna commit the start to his position. Onliner with his backstab in through garage hasn't found success. That's a nice tag from AG. Makes this far more doable for Lightspeed, although John, nice dismiss, dodges the breach, and it's down at time. That's exactly what Scripps want to play. Blinks, even though he gives that fight, he buys a crucial bit, a few seconds, which ain't gonna be enough because John, he's tapped the spike at the perfect time to make it 6-4. That, however, could have been far much more. The damage done by pistols, significant. The rounds, are they gonna be able to claw this back? Because you can still see this happening 6-6 CCV. That's more than just
certainly so
far from reality. It's a viable possibility now, and it's something that I'm hoping to see, considering the fact that we still have. I mean, we just got the Astral Divide on Blix, right? So if they're able to put it to good use on an execute or even choke on a post plant, that's a very strong card to have.
Absolutely. So, you know, the side of
Yeah. Sure.
But
But now though, the commitment in through C, and Chalala, he needs to make this one. Rain Terror, Meg has been consistent on the entry, but it's gonna be a phenomenal hold. Onliner has his teammate right by his side, and they're able to play this one on the back of crossfires. Beautiful stuff. 7-4, and this might just be the side of Fullsense removing what's left of the hope in the first half. One round left to go, and we need to see if the side of Lightspeed are able to make this a 7-5. This has been a good, pleasant first half from Lightspeed. They've been looking really solid in some of the rounds that they've won. They've been able to outduel the members of Fullsense on multiple occasions. Now the commitment in through short for the round that counts. Love, he's gonna be trying to evade the drone, and he lands the shot. AG, he was played like a darn card. That's the reverse card that's given to him when he wanted to go and inflict pain and terror. He's the one who suffers the wrath of the operator. And with that, they just fall back. They're heading back in towards B. Meg, tailwinds all the way towards the back of side, so he's creating that space that his team now uses to set up not only the pan, but the post thereafter. The Hunter's Fury disposed, the plant's down, but it's on the expense of Spoof being punished. Blix goes down as well. Meg, he needs to push this on the back of that lockdown. There was just no way that he could play anywhere else. Textbook stuff. Fullsense Esports, they full send the last two rounds, not only in clinical manner, but in heartbreaking one as well. Because with the second half, you need to make sure that you get off to a flying start on the back of that pistol, or else things are gonna start looking bleak.
They have to. I mean, Lightspeed Esports, you know, towards the tail end of this first half, they really started slipping out of control. Before, they were still reinstigating those rounds, and you know, all the momentum that they had, they were going for it, and they were equalizing the score time and time again. 2-2, 4-4, all of that did happen. but then Fullsense started winning and winning and winning. And we are at this point where Fullsense now have a considerable lead, I'd say, which they can improve upon even further. But a lot of this depends on the pistol round. I think the pistol round can decide not only the course of this entire, not only the course of this entire entire map, but even like the playstyles of these teams, the playstyles that they want to opt for, and how exactly do they want to take things. Either they want to go very rapidly, rush into the bomb site, or they'll be looking for more information. As of now, Fullsense, although they're making their way on to B, the spike is still over at Garage, and they're still waiting to pick off a couple of players on the defense and then push on.
Yeah, oh, nice job by Script though. Removing Love Fam from the picture. John finds the trade. They've not found the site just yet, so that's the key difference. Still kept at bay. I might be the side of Fullsense is looking out for aggression. They're not the ones committing to it right off the bat. A minute mark, and they poke into its garage. They draw AG back from C link towards window, and now this slow rotation, it's gonna just go on the back of what utility they face, and any gunfights, that's only if. Seems to be a big yes when it comes to the C side though, considering Blix's position on the back of that Nano Swarm. He can swing when the timing's right.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he does swing. He'll be good for one, but the Nanostorm buys enough time for rotations to happen from the members of Lightspeed, rotations that they have to evacuate perhaps, as Fullsense members are pressurizing them from all angles. However, Lightspeed are fighting back, and Snacks all alone runs out of bullets. 15 more in the magazine, 10 right now, 10 on the clock. He has to go for it, and he does, and he secures the final kill on 18 HP.
Yeah, the straight up crouch crab peek. It nets him the pistol. A very important one in that as well. That pistol 1v1 duel at the end there. Both sides had the opportunity to close it out. Aji, I think he had more bullets in the bag, right? Certainly more than Snacks before the disengagement happened. So that was his chance. As soon as that window closed, there was just Snacks written all over that round. 9-4 nonetheless. It's gonna be a semi-investment from the side of Lightspeed. What can they do with this? We've seen the side of Fullsense do a lot of damage with these inferior weapons. Let's see if they get a taste of their own medicine now.
That is true. And Lightspeed Esports, well, after losing the pistol, they've not gone for a full eco. They've gone for a semi-HY. I mean, we can spot upgraded pistols. We very briefly spotted that Marshall as well. So I have to say that they are investing a bit of their credits in this round. They are looking for a return on the investment. But against all these Ares, are they going to find the return on investment? Or are they just going to be mowed down by just the sheer spam fire of this LMG? As of now, Fullsense, they don't have any major intentions of pushing in a specific place. They are just looking for frags, and now they make their way on over to B, where John, he gets the opening kill. Lightspeed are down to 4. More so, they have to find a couple of kills, because with the entire site control in the hands of Fullsense, there really isn't a way the defenders can opt for this retake.
Yeah, right now it just seems like a trick-or-treat mission. Lafam, that Recon quickly destroyed, so I think he only has an inkling with the number of guns being shot. Seen the Marshall make flips before. Bye-bye. Dude, I've seen this so much even in my ranked games that it's getting a little annoying to this point. This Ares meta. I just hope that it's quickly patched out.
Let's see. Let's see. I mean, you know, as someone who has visited the dark sides of Valorant, like Silver and stuff, you never really get out of the Ares meta. Even when the Ares wasn't buffed, it was the Ares meta. Even when it was a full buy round, it was the Ares meta. If you had the opportunity to buy an Odin, Ares meta. But again, all jokes aside, right now, Fullsense, I think they have more than that recollection. You cannot go for that. Well, the Bulldog just get the kill. They go the Vandals, and now a bloodbath occurs on mid. And what is left? What are the remnants? Well, 2 on Fullsense, 3 on Lightspeed, but more so, the members of Fullsense, they're just supporting members left. And now it's only the Sova. Lammy Snacks is the only person alive. And the thing is, he really can't do much on his own. He's got a Marshall. He's peeking out these corners, he's checking the
area.
angles, but with the Sheriff Marshal, he needs to pick up a rifle as soon as possible.
Yeah, so he heads into attacker's spawn, which is smart. So he dodges the drone. Potentially he waits for Scripps to walk into his crosshair, maybe. Has the A side wide open, but the spike not on his back to commit to this fight. And Scripps knows it. Spots the shoulder. Has the shoulder spotted on the other end as well. Angles in which it could be isolated. Beautiful job by Blix though to continue to add the pressure. 10 of 5. This aggressive play, sure, it worked out just due to the fact that Fullsense were playing their bonus, right? In some sense, you also got to anticipate the fact that Fullsense wanted this. If they were able to get this to a 2 versus 3 or a 2 versus 2 with the timing on their side, it was more than viable for them to turn the round around.
Certainly so. And it could have happened, but yeah, just those gunfights that favored Lightspeed, and especially that one that Shala lost on like C when he was speaking towards Garage. That was also pretty influential because that meant the Sova was left all alone. As of now, Fullsense, all 5 of their members are bunched up together. They don't want anyone to depart off all alone. They don't want to, you know, isolate any member and then potentially have them picked off by the opposition, especially when the opposition is right around the tail and they have just won their first round in the second half, looking for more. And Lightspeed, they certainly are hungry for more rounds as well. They want to destroy this round lead that Fullsense have. They want to get back to a 10-10 or something similar to try and have a chance. Because at the end of the day, this is a single elimination best of 1. You win here, you move on. You lose here, you're gone. So Lightspeed Esports, well, none of their members are gone and neither are the members of Fullsense. Well, now they're going to go all the way into the B bomb site, directly plant the spike, not even looking for kills. And now there goes the Aftershock. Love family was trying to evade them, but he won't be able to, as Fullsense have to deal with this retake.
Yeah, Spoof is trying to play the cheek angle here. They're going to be able to try and cover for the defuse, which has been denied. Fullsense are able to make the hold work on the post. Spamming their way through utility, spamming their way to success. As they're 2 rounds away from closing this one out. That was the right play to make from either end, you have to say. It all went from the it all was heavily reliant on those duels there.
Absolutely so. All of it was reliant there, especially when all like 4 of the defenders were pushing down mid. I didn't really understand that from Lightspeed Esports. Like 4 members pushing down mid. I get they were just trying to again overwhelm Fullsense or something like that, but in a scenario where you're getting bottlenecked through B mid, you really shouldn't have gone for it. As right now, Lightspeed, they have no other choice but to go for a semi-eco. Couple of upgraded pistols on board. There was a blade storm we just witnessed, you know, shooting off a couple of those blades. Only 2 more remain. As to the side of Fullsense, yeah, they can opt for another full buy. They didn't really had a lot of casualties in the previous round. Only 2 people had died, and those people can rebuy their Vandals and Phantoms yet again. But the problem for Lightspeed lies that this round shouldn't, well, in my eyes, won't go in their favor unless we see another Thrifty, which, okay, I'm not going to lie, is possible. But at the same time, I don't think Fullsense are bound to make too many mistakes right now when they're just on the cusp of victory. So because of that, this round may go in the favor of Fullsense and they will be on match point, a single away from sheer victory.
Yeah, Mig needs to dome them with the dagger. That's the only way they come back into this round. As they all wait outside A. He has 1 left in the chamber. And he has none left in his life. Although, AG, quick rotation nets him a kill. There is that flank from Spoof. How much? Oh, never mind. Yeah, my bad,
he
my
still
bad.
gets killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
Time.
what is this trigger control? Yeah, what is
10
he going
seconds
for?
left.
He was going for something great, but then, yeah, just, you know, that got killed from Breach, honestly, just put an end to it very quickly. Now, Fullsense, they are in the post plan, they've got better guns, they've got the man advantage as well. Can Lightspeed deny that? Well, it's all down to scripts. He's got the Phantom, but he only has got 20 HP on his life. Now it's going to go down to none, and Fullsense, they take round number 12, only 1 away from taking the whole thing.
Only 1. A very important play there, I'd say, from the side of scripts to some extent. But yeah, dude, Fullsense are just fully feeling it, right? It feels like even though they have this down at 2 versus 2 at times, 2 versus 3 at times, even though things are getting close, that is the moment where it is experience that helps you make the right call and commit to it. Love fam. He might not be playing the Neon, but he sure is playing like one, just sprinting his way up towards B, and Script finds a little bit of calm amongst the chaos and snags quick to steal him of any sense of comfort that he got. The lockdown's gonna be potentially destroyed, and this is when Mix chose to play this one aggressive. Perfect timing, as now it's all left on that man itself. Suck. He's gonna be put to a stop. 13-5. Very, very quick, very, very fast, but also a match where it felt like the other side always had a chance to do better. I could have very well, foreseen a double-digit scoreline with the way things were going. And just some of these rounds where it was a 2 versus 2, a 2 versus 3, it's just a little misfortune.
That is true. I mean, having a look at what we just witnessed, I'd say that Lightspeed Esports, they had the potential. Many of those thrifty rounds especially, I mean, they can be chalked off as mistakes from the side of Fullsense, but Lightspeed absolutely had the mechanical skill necessary to give a valiant fight against the members of Fullsense. I'm not saying they matched them equally. No, there were a couple of instances where Fullsense, they got the kills. Yeah, there were a couple of instances where they missed them in star fashion as well. But keeping that aside, I'd say it was a great showing from Lightspeed Esports. I'm really looking forward to seeing them later on. As for now, it was unfortunate but what happened to them. However, not every day do you get to play against one of the top 5 teams in APAC. Not every day do you get to play against Fullsense themselves. So take this as the best learning opportunity you can. Improve on yourselves now. Study this war. Rewatch it 100 times until you remember every single round, until you remember every single thing you have to work on and every single thing that worked for you. Because trust me, there were plenty of things. Their attacks were looking quite dominant. And this has always been the case with Double Initiator, Breach, and so on. Because of the sheer threshold of utility they bring on the table, Shock Dart, Recon Bolt, Fault Line, Flashes, Aftershock, you name it, it's there. Like I said, you can overwhelm your opposition. And once you're facing this much utility and they're only like, what, 2 guys, 1 guy in the bomb side, you really can't do much irrespective of who you are, irrespective of the caliber you possess. And that's something that Lightspeed were doing correctly. But as I suspected, once we went on over to their own defense, that's where the composition's weakness started to show. We can move on over to the highlights and we can see the strong suits and the weaknesses of both of these teams as well.
In the pistol, it felt like a round where the game plan was a little clear by the side of Lightspeed. That mid round though, where they kind of lost ground, lost engagements, yeah, they slowed down the pace, which wasn't really good for them. And that's a trend that we get to see throughout this matchup, right? As soon as the pace gets significantly slower, Lightspeed Esports aren't able to cope with that modulation of pace. It's Fullsense who are in complete control, complete calmness, while it's just complete chaos that they try to wreck.
Absolutely so. Yeah, Lightspeed, they were trying for everything on the board, and chaos was absolutely, certainly so on the table. As for the side of Fullsense, well, they did manage to, scavenge their way around it and find their way around it at times. But there were certainly times where Lightspeed were just looking too strong. And Fullsense, yeah, they really couldn't do too much against, whatever. I mean, this was a flawless round in of itself. And even after this, Fullsense, they started sending it back to their opposition. They started winning those 2 rounds, but Lightspeed were always on the tail of their opposition, and that was a great thing about them on their attack. Sorry, they were never letting go, and they were showing it in the results as well. They were showing it with round victories, not with just probable plays that they could win and that they should have won, but with actual victories. And that was a thing that made them look so strong in the first half. But after that, things started to just slip up and slip out of hand.
And they had the realistic opportunity there of making this a 6x half. a couple of these rounds, crucial rounds, manages to slip up and go the way of Fullsense. That's small errors that you need to fix, right? Errors like these, winning out these crucial rounds gives you a little more ground on the second half when you crucially need so to maybe fuel the comeback, to maybe fight off what could be a dent in your economy. As long as you have that space, there's a little bit of hope that's still there, right? That's what they
Right.
missed. And I think that they missed every single round thereafter from this point. I love this retake coming in from Fullsense, where they used that astral divide to absolute perfection, choke in the defense, and this seemed to be the start of good times for the side of Fullsense finally.
Absolutely did. I mean, yeah, that astral, cosmic divide, forcing out the members of Lightspeed to make a decision. Either you stay behind the cosmic divide, you don't get any auditory cues, and you peek out whenever you think the time is right to kill the opposition, or you stay in front of it, face the wrath of all the defenders in order to try and win those gunfights. And well, the members of Lightspeed, they chose the latter, and then they got punished for it quite later as well. And later down the road, Lightspeed, yeah, things were not getting any easier. Fullsense started winning and winning. And this pistol round 1v1, 18 HP for Lammy Snacks, just crouch walking through the corner, really cheeky style. It ended in victory. Then came the flawless. After that, Lightspeed, they were playing well. This was a great round where it was the bloodbath on mid, but even following that, yeah, Fullsense just had control all over.
Yeah, a couple of these rounds, you look at them and you're like, how? Onliner. Nice timing there, but quick deny, dude. Nice stuff, clinical stuff that we're going to see today. I just hope for I just hope for the side of Lightspeed they're able to also work on. I'm not sure if it's comms or nerves to some extent, but you recognize that in positions of 2 versus 2, 2 versus 3, those are key elements and essentially your pillars on your path to success, right? So something along that road to success seems missing, and I hope that they're able to do that due diligence as to what it is and how they can rectify it. Like you said, CCV, this is a very cutthroat tournament. The Zotac Cup Valorant, it's not only a single elimination, but you also do have that open registration
Yeah.
darkness hidden in the mist, right? There are teams that you might not necessarily play against and who have completely anti-strategy you. So you need to be ready for the storm that's coming your way, essentially. Because even if you're a big dog in the tournament, you essentially are nowhere close to safety.
That is true. That is true. Yeah. I mean, these one maps by themselves, I have to say they're extremely interesting. And so was the map of Haven. I have to say, even though the team that was considered to win did win, Fullsense, they get a spot in the round of eights as well. A great effort from Lightspeed Esports. In the next match as well, we'll see who's the underdog and what can they do. For now, OG, we have to take a short little break. The first best of one is over. The first pair of teams have dueled, and now it's going to be us bringing forward the next match. But before that, stay tuned, keep watching, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. You currently are watching the Zotac Cup Valorant powered by NVIDIA GeForce, Crucial, LG Ultragear, and Corsair. I'm CC, joined alongside OG. And OG, we have in front of us the Southeast Asian Open Qualifiers round of 16s, out of which we have multiple best of ones lined up for the audience. We've already seen a single BO1 13-5 victory for the side of Fullsense from Thailand. And now we move on over to a second match of the day as well. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy, another well-known team in Southeast Asia, another team who has played multiple other tournaments from the Esports Club, up against HZ.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if this is going to be anything similar to the game that we had prior, which
Yes.
on textbook, at least score wise, seems to be a landslide, but it was a very contrasting story if you do see the matchup itself, right? You have
Mhm.
so many situations play close. So heading into this best of one, I think my fingers crossed is on having a close game, man. That's all I'm hoping for.
That's the thing. We know Nigma Galaxy. They've had good runs previously. We know the players as well. And we've seen them win. We've seen them lose. But about the side of HZ, we really don't have any idea. Neither do the members of Nigma Galaxy. And that's the thing. Because we aren't really aware what to expect. Because the players themselves of NGX aren't really aware what to expect. We can see another instance of exactly, OG, what you're talking about. The dark side of open qualifiers, where these teams, they can snatch out victories like it's anything, and where they can take victories when you least expect them to. Are we going to see something similar? I'm interested to see. And talking about the map that we are going to see as well, it's the best of one. That's it. You win on this map, and that's the, if you lose, you're out. The map you're going to be seeing is split, and that does allow for a lot of versatility. On split, to an extent, we have seen double duelists take place, although they have absolutely taken a back seat nowadays. We have seen Astra Viper, we have seen double Sentinel, we've seen double Initiator. So there's so many compositions you can opt for, unlike the preferences you get on other maps, where it's a bit more restricted, dependent on the meta. On split, you can hone your team, you can hone the selection of the agents based on your playstyle and how you want to take this fight as well. And that's why, I'm not gonna lie, I do like watching split. Do I like playing it? Oh no, absolutely no. Do I like watching and casting it? I think it's a very good map.
The approach and philosophy, right? Especially on the defense. Now you have a lot of key decisions to make as a defender.
Right.
Now you have the option to maybe not fight mid, give up vents, play off heaven, play aggressively in through main. There's a lot of options that you have based on, like you said, the composition. If you have a double initiated composition, like let's say you have the sky and the breach setup, that would be enabling your duelist far more in terms of gearing up for the fight mid, gearing up to the fight towards main, in towards
Mm-hmm.
defense. It creates a little more stress on your duelist as he's the only one who's employed for that early start, right? You need your duelist to play aggressively, maybe through mid, maybe through main. So yeah, I'm really interested to see what the draft is going to be like, CCV, because I feel like that's going to be half the game in and of itself.
Absolutely. And the draft, not only is it going to provide all of us watching a perspective into the minds of the teams, but also to the players themselves as well. Because again, I think this is the first time we are going to be seeing Nigma Galaxy face off against HZ. So the teams aren't really sure what to expect. On a map such as Split, you can never be sure what to expect. For all you know, the team can brought out some wacky comp you've never even seen, and somehow they can try and steal a win, because a lot of this stuff always happens on Split. So many comebacks have been witnessed, and Split is a map, if you play your cards right, can be dependent on the side you're in as well. Arguably, yes, split can at times favor the attack, or even the extent to an extent we have seen that take place. But if the composition favors a certain side, for example, if we have double Sentinel, we can expect a team to flourish on defense. But how well they manage, how well can they skirmish on their attack, when they will only have a single duelist, only have a single initiator and a single controller on board to assist them into getting the bomb side? Because as soon as you get side control and you plant the spike, okay, then yeah, those sentinels, they can be of massive value. The sage walls, the slow orbs, the killjoy nano swarms, the alarm bots, etc., etc., they can give you a great return on investment. But before that, the sentinels are practically backstab watch. All they can do is watch the backstab, maybe help out a bit in map control, especially with the sage wall, like I was talking about. Other than that, you can't really expect them to do much. So if you're opting for something like KJ Sage or Double Sentinel, it is really going to be quite preferential to your defensive side. And your attack, you have to just scavenge, whatever, and scavenge whatever you can find and try and get as many of those rounds as possible. As for now, we'll be having a look at the agents that are going to be chosen from both of the teams. NGX, well, they are looking to go for... we do have the chamber. Okay, yeah, the opposition. Yeah, I mean, the side of HZ, they have already locked and loaded their preferences. We are just waiting for Splash to select the final agent to determine the composition. And from the looks of it, it's going to be double duelist.
All right, so have the Raisin Jet basically allows you to have both the duelists breach into the site together. Sage, of course, very resourceful at split, very resourceful at denying mid control. Omen, agent that we don't really get to see a lot of today, and a good example of why is how we saw the Astra play out yesterday, right? Maybe on the hands of like an Hellfighter, there is aggression that you can pose with the utility. You can hold it defensively. You can play alongside maybe your Raze with the pain shells. A lot of options available to you, which simply is not available to you as an Omen. The flash setup is decent from this side of the Omen. That's something that's very resourceful towards the ace side of split. So a lot of differences in approach, but welcome changes, in my opinion. Something different that we get to see for once. As we're going to head into split, it's a different composition for once. It's going to be fun. And let's see if the chamber is going to be having his big gun, because that's where the difference is going to be made.
Absolutely, the 2A Force are great gun. You mentioned it before, the AWP on steroids. But I have to consider the fact that no initiator for the side of HZ. That is pretty darn interesting. Because, okay, yeah, on defense, having 2 sentinels on board can be good. You've got the chamber, you've got the Sage. That's all well and good. That's all fine. But no initiator. Like, what exactly is your game plan once you head on over to your own attack? How are you planning to make things right there? How are you planning to win rounds? You won't have a lot of area for information. I mean, what is the information gathering things? You have the trademark from the chamber, but that's only for watching backstab. That's not active information. That's passive information. You may be, okay, you have the boombot from Raze. Other than that, I don't see any bit of utility that gives them active visual information, unlike a Recon Bolt, unlike an Owl Drone, unlike a Trailblazer. Things like that are just not present. So without that info, are you just planning on face checking everything, hoping you can land your shots, having that much reliance on your Raze and Jet, and even the other 3 members to an extent? Or is there something else? Because having no initiator, it's pretty risky when you see other teams going for double initiators as well.
Yeah, and there's also that game style attached to when you're playing against a no initiator lineup, right? Having the benefit of the doubt in a couple of angles, you might just see some weird gimmicks work against you. That's the one problem that you need to play against when you're playing with a no initiator composition. Yeah, at least on a map like Split, I'd say it's still to some extent viable to play without an initiator just due to the way the map is. Obviously, you would like to have something like a Sky or a Breach set up, right? A Sky just gives you that information. Sky just gives you the ability to set up. Regardless, speaking of Theorycraft, all that we won the game is where things are going to be decided for at least one of these teams. As we're heading into it, it's going to be the side of Nigma Galaxy on the defense. This side of the defense where you have these Cypher traps, they're so darn annoying. So yeah, I want to see how they're going to be able to put this to good use.
Absolutely. And now let's see the attack. I was talking about the attack of HZ and how they want to execute. Well, right now with not that much utility on board, they can just push into the A bomb side, but they don't know Johan is right here. Johan will be good for one because before he has been traded out. HZ, they are down to 3 members, but so are the members of NGX. And now we jump into a post-plan scenario where they are going to be members pushing from all over of the defense, trying to corner off, surround the attackers, looking for backstabs, looking for anything they can find. That is the first kill of this post plan, and there's the quick trade from Crazy Guy. He's pushing into the bomb site, so is Astro. Astro peeks, Astro spots, and now they know both the attackers are right here. However, the defenders, they can't land their shots quite with the pain shell. Astro goes back, he still gets the headshot. Time is ticking down, and Styron is on the back of Astro. He goes for the smoke, He has smoked himself. Start is
Stop.
pushing through. Oh! Is he gonna stick it?
Nah.
God, that was just chaotic.
Yeah, a chaotic finish, but Tyrone really keeping his team in it to win it there, right? Those paint shells were instrumental in holding. And like you said, when you're gonna play without an initiator, you need to just commit to the push with clearing your corners. That's exactly what you saw them do here. Double satchel in, they drew in the aggro, knew exactly what the defense looked like, and countered it well enough. A good start. Hopefully it's a better finish than what we saw the last time around.
Now, in this case, HZ, they've got a better buy on board. They've got the anti-eco. So this is an excellent start for them. Considering that their attack is weaker and they are already looking at 2 rounds on board, it's really good. The worrying thing is, it's the same strategy. Now, are they replicating this strategy because they know they can easily get kills? Which I don't think is going to be extremely easy getting those frags, since Crazy Guy with the classic has just defeated the person with the Ares. And there goes the Ares Vam again, down the corner, down the hallway. It gets 3, but not before ZBOX has his own LMG. Johan was present, he's not, and with only 2 casualties, HZ, they do win the round.
And they take every single Ares with them. So, gonna see more of this LMG madness. Bonus, surely gonna be attempted now, so... With this attack towards A, working really well, how did they change things up? They've gotten the tripwire placed towards main entrance. At least that's what they're thinking of at the moment. To some part, I'd say that's still going to be invalid just due to the fact that the satchel also does damage. So a well-placed satchel alongside his movement could just nullify this. They're looking to face this though. They have the guiding flash. Carl, that smoke isolated to some extent. Tyrone now in the side with the Ares, but the peek in through heaven's beautiful. They're able to hold us on the back of that crossfire. And that's all that they needed as Crazy Guy goes absolutely berserk. They managed to upgrade their weapons as well. This is just Nigma Galaxy getting that bonus completely punished. But at the same time, a decent bit of damage done to their economy as well. Either side going to be happy with the way the last round happened. But the only question is, are Nigma Galaxy going to get that equalizer? Because they will be the happier party at the end of that affair then.
Absolutely, because the team that wins this round will force their opposition to go for a semi-buy or perhaps even an entire eco in the next round. So not only do you get this round, but to an extent you get the next round on board as well, since again, yeah, the economy of both the teams isn't in the best situation whatsoever. So HC, they are preparing for a take somewhere. Now they're not going for the A take that they were executing towards, that they were confirming for the previous 3 rounds. You know, that promise now has been broken. They're looking on mid. This is the first time we are seeing them try and take mid control. So let's see what they do. They're opting for gunfights. ZBOX on the other hand, well, he won that gunfight, fell back promptly, and now Crazy Guy is looking for more. Down to 45 HP, he can heal himself back as there is call to just hold down B Heaven for now.
Yeah, he did take significantly more damage on the way down there. And I don't think Frey has been spotted out. Oh, yep, Frey timing his friend.
Oh, it's gonna be a retake.
Duel. And mind you, with that loss, they have that tripwire that they do not need to fight, right? Information a little late on the side of Nigma Galaxy. This could be the blades from out as well. It depends on if the situation demands it. For now though, tailbase. Not sure if it gotten the information onto Z, who's playing in from hell. They're walled off heaven. This retake is getting delayed and delayed.
It is, and Nigma Galaxy, well, everyone is right here on the outskirts of the bomb site. They're trying to converge in, but they're just looking for the first window of opportunity. Well, they're just going to brute force their way through, and they're gonna get punished for that. ZBOX, although he gets one, him and his teammate are the only ones alive, and now it's just going to be down to Call. 1 versus 1, 3 bullets in the magazine. Can Call do it? No, it's going to be Z for the final kill of the round, and HZ, they take their 3rd on board. A pretty strong round, an extremely influential one, mind you, and the fact that the attackers got it means a significant amount to them.
Yeah, it feels like for now that Underdog Dream is going to be a reality. This is the one thing I like about Split, bro. The happy store. A nice bit of merch there. You also have a cyber cafe here, right? So good times, like the good old days. Reminds you of home.
I relate to that.
You want to play? Let's
Oh,
play.
let's go. You want to see it play, my friend? As Frey, he is the only member at mid. With that big gun, he's ready for the big duel. Push, the commitment, the showstopper. Oh, it's expelled that crazy guy's corpse, which allows there to be somewhat of a retaliation. I think there should be the revive. Still up. It's only if they commit to it. And they have the tailwind, aggressive peek alongside Carl.
God.
Secures the round, but you can see how crucial it is for these ults to hit their spot, right? One miss and there happens to be an opportunity open for Nigma to fight back and to take what's theirs.
They have taken what is theirs. Thrifty-ish round on board, I have to say. Great stuff from them. And that jet play from ZBOX, just bladestorm after bladestorm. Even more than that, the two sheriff kills that happened on the bomb side. I have to say that HZ, they better work 9 to 5 in order to extend that lead, because Nigma Galaxy are certainly making up the effort. And now they have focused the attackers yet again to go for a weaker buy. We have spotted an Ares. We can see the bladestorm as well, this time on the side of Splash. And he is going to be dashing his way through the bomb side, because that is what HZ are going for. They are diving their way into the bomb side. If you don't have an initiator, why not bombard your opponents with just both the Raze and Jet? The Raze with her satchels and the Jet just using her tailwind to get in the bomb side. As right now, that seems to be the plan yet again for HZ. Splash, he is pushing through heaven. His teammate Neff, he gets the opening kill. The gun has been retrieved. Splashes into the bomb side. Crazy guy with a bit of retaliation. And we are spotting that Nigma Galaxy are making quick work of HZ, but they still have 2 more attackers to kill.
They know the information though, and this peek from Crazy Guy could have given them the opening back. Crazy Guy though lives up to his name. Crazy headshots is what he can deliver as well. 3 to 3, and that was a smart play to some extent from the side of ZBOX, but a perfect retaliation and perfect position from the side of Carl. I understood what ZBOX was trying to go for there. Hold the attack in through ramp. That was a little unexpected though. The play that Splash pulled off there. And it's these plays that make this round, at least these rounds, far more doable for either side. Beautiful job there by ZBOX. Aggressive peek, tailwinds back to safety, textbook Jet aggression. Now, how are they going to deal with the textbook split aggression? That's the question.
That is certainly the question, and Nigma Galaxy, well, their strategy is just hold down angles at the moment. HZ, they are the ones who have to initiate gunfights. All the defenders have to do is sit pretty and wait. Who is going to be the first person to reveal? It is a battle of just the duels. It's going to be a battle of the patience running out on either one of these members. It can be Splash. It can be Crazy Guy. Splash backs off. And Nigma... No, Splash goes for it. Oh, and he still lands the shots. Where exactly was Crazy Guy looking?
He disconnected the first possible time. But ZBOX is there to try and recover what sadly his internet couldn't. Oh, beautiful headshot, Frey. A crucial trade. The numbers now even as they have control of B Heaven. The wall. Alongside it, they're gonna ball. Astro trying for the flash, but he gets bashed. Johan, the man disadvantage as he needs to wait for his comrades. And these are gonna be few seconds. But in his mind, they're gonna feel like minutes. Carl, he has one guiding flash available. How does he use this? Does he use it to set himself up? Or does he use it to set up Johan, who's gonna enter in from defender spawn rotation? Frey, he's just waiting above, and he just prayed that Johan didn't have a clue, which happens to be the case. Carl, couple of bullets whiffed out. That was so unfortunate, man. If Crazy Guy was next to me, I just want to give him a hug.
I'd like to restart his router, hopefully. Yeah, that was just sad. And I mean, there wasn't really any other way. I mean, a splash, he went for it. Had he not, it would have led to, I mean, greater implications. But at the moment, HZ, a great round from them. Yes, they got a bit of help due to the unfortunate circumstance that Crazy Guy was put in. But hey, at least good for him and good for his team. He has returned. Nigma Galaxy is still here, and they can opt for another full buy. Arguably, yes, it's not a proper full buy since many of them are running the half armor. But even with all that being said and done, it's not the armor, it's the headshots which these lads can land. And now HZ, it's which side can they land for them. Multiple members are right here on mid and on B. The spike being on A must be a clear indication that right now HZ, they plan on going from mid to A. And at the moment, the only person on the bomb side is going to be Crazy Guy. And he has a bit of work to do, as right now, CBU, he already, you know, puts his team at an advantage with that opening kill.
Yeah, and Neff wasn't able to get that trade. They are very far away from the revive as well. Then we come down to aim duels. But on a B side with 3 members stacked from the side of Nigma Galaxy, is that even a viable strategy? That's the question that Ashen through B7 CB. He watches B main with a diligent eye. And Neff, he needs to be vigilant. He's B. He had the tailwind available, if I'm not mistaken. And Z, he's made this so doable. He draws in the aggro and splash, delivering a deadly bash. A 1 versus 2. Has his ultimate if required. He's gonna shrouded step his way in through main. The plant, not ideal for him, but he still could isolate the 1 versus 1s. Johan wins that duel out, and they're gonna be able to secure this round as well. Lovely stuff in terms of how you come back into a round, right? Even though ZB got this early kill without being punished,
the triple.
And yeah, and he was able to make much more work out of this defense. The ability for them to claw their way back in the 2 versus 5, now that is commendable.
Certainly is. I mean, getting 3 kills on board when you're up against everything that the opposition has to throw at you, it was great. More than that, they got the spike planted as well. But following that shortly, Nigma Galaxy, they made sure that the round didn't slip out of their hands, because had it, then the economy would have been in shambles, and that's something they could not have afforded. Even right now, the economy still isn't in the best case scenario. However, they can still try for more, and so can the members of HZ, who are going for these shots, who are going for these plays. However, yet again, CSPU, he gets that kill, and I have to say that yeah, this Jet in terms of initial frags, boy oh boy can he deal damage, and boy oh boy does he position himself in the best manner possible.
Yeah, the trip should allow the aggression to be through B main, and this should be a confirmation that the hit's gonna be right towards A. Carl has that Spectre. If he would have gone for the flash and bash up close, that could have been so viable considering the range. He's gonna play this one conservatively though, and that's the right call to make, because ZB is right around heaven, right? Deep flash does give info though. It's all that they needed. A double tap to towards side. The secondary flash is perfect as it isolates one of the members in the attack. It's all left on his Tyrone. Because right now, he's the only one close to the spike. He's the only one close to the site. Pray. He's gonna be on the back lines. This is bullets being used to not only break the wall, but by distraction. And is this telegraph? Oh, the shorty! Let's go. These B has the read of IQ in the 4 digits. But the bombs on the side is Tyrone. Gonna go in for the commitment. A 1 versus 3, that's what's required. Double up grab. This is a shorty salty play. Oh, he's not able to make it work. Johan, at least there to pick up the pieces where his teammates did drop it short. 4 rounds is all that Head Z has to work with, but they have that showstopper up. That's what's gonna cause the difference. Because so far, in terms of opening frags, it's all been going the way of ZB.
It certainly has. Not only the showstopper, but the 2 forces there on free as well. So you have 2 bits of weaponry that can deal significant amount of damage, enough to get multi-kills if used correctly on the opposition. And the opposition, they really can't, use that at all. I mean, they really can't count it at all.
You want to
If you have a
play?
showstopper,
Let's
just
play.
better avoid it and try to evade the actual rocket launcher as well. Meanwhile, if you're against random guns and random bit of pistols, you can take the gunfight head on, win those fights, and still push forward if you would like to. But in this case, the members of Nigma Galaxy, they know it's more smarter to just fall back inside after the initial frag.
Yeah, mind you, Splash did not get to even equip his Bladestrom. I'm not sure if he even whipped it out. Could have been what finally gives him the opener and his team the opener in a round. Frey. He's gonna try and clear A while the rest of his team contest towards both mid and B. But the only problem is the rest of his team are getting heavily punished. Crazy guy. Heal up in few seconds. So for him, he just needs the buy time. Hey, he's gonna wall it off as well. So safety, that's what's on his mind first. Crazy guy. This off angle that he's trying to play on the back of the wall. It's very cheeky. If they do commit for a push, that is. Johan, he hears the aggression. Knows what's up. Astro, he's on the perfect backstab. That seems like the whiff that I kind of pull off from time to time. But teamwork is there for a reason, right? Teamwork makes the dream work. And 6-4, it's having similar echoes to the first best of one that we casted today. So we just got to hope that at this moment, HZ really step up and are able to be as competitive as possible, as this is the crucial part of the game where it's about grit, it's about weathering the storm, and maybe closing off the second half, even a 7-5 or a 6-6.
I think the 7-5 is likely. HD, although this round should be theirs considering the fact that they've gone for a full buy. They've got 3 ults on board as well. A lot of them can deal damage. Then you have from the shadows for Omen, which can also do a lot. But I'd say that even the next round with the round loss bonus, it can work in the favor of HC. But yet again, what never works in their favor is pushing angles against Acevium. Meanwhile, the showstopper, it grants them a kill. However, Nigma Galaxy are right on the cusp of this bomb side. It is still man advantage for the defenders, and they're still looking for more information. Ultimately falling onto the attackers from every single angle possible, killing them from every single angle possible. The attackers, they tried, they are replying back, but now it's all down to Frey.
Frey spots the head. He can't line them up though. Perfect retake. Perfect shot to start it off with. It's like Nigma Galaxy, they have this red, and they're not only a step ahead, but a mile ahead. Perfectly timed aggression. They know when to fall back and play conservatively as well. At this moment, he wasn't even looking at the showstopper, so understandable, for that loss. Last round of the half though, CCV. The last chance for them to do anything on this offense. What do you see happening for the side of HZ? They still have 3 ultimates up and running. They yet to put good use of that Bladestrom though. And I think now is when we're gonna get to see it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this round anything can happen, but honestly in my mind, the significance of the second half is far more important than what happens right now. This round can go any way, shape or form, favoring any team, and it won't matter that much. What matters as soon as a side swap happens, what exactly happens. But right now though, HC, they're in full force, going for the take on B. Astro, he gets the opening kill, and there come the rotations from the members of NGX, and they have to get in time, otherwise HC are going to obliterate everyone and anyone who's there on the bomb side. Crazy guy Johan, they absolutely showcase their wild side, as this duo is looking to make a name for themselves, but so is Splash. And he absolutely splashes open the skulls of both the surviving defenders. Surviving no more.
Yeah, exactly. 7-5, and that was a crucial play with the Bladestrom there. Splash. He made us wait all half for it. I think it was well worth it. Now, on the defense duty, the double sentinels come into action, right? You talked about this avidly in the pregame. Let's see how much of a difference it does make in the game. So that's where it's gonna make the count. As Frey has the shorty right next to him. So he's gonna go for this aggressive peek. I like this, man. He's gonna go for the aggressive peek. He does not need to be the one taking the first engagement though, because his alarm bots are gonna be what's gonna bring more value to him as a chamber. He's gonna hold the aggressive angle though, so that's better. That's a better call to make than peeking in, because you tap and then you TP away.
Totally
Yep.
can now. Frey. Oh, exactly. Like you were mentioning, he did do that. More so, he got a lot of visual information as well. That there are multiple members from NGX right here onto the bomb site. So be careful. But they are not the only people getting visual confirmation. So do the attackers, and they're acting on it as well. They know people are here on vents. They're looking for those kills. Neff, he was flash. He's going for the right clicks. However, he will miss his shots. Carl won't. And now we are back onto an equal man count. And look at that. The Cypher on Nigma Galaxy has moved on to B. Okay, he's pushing through even more into attacker territory. This can be risky. However, it can absolutely pay off. Where does he plan on playing? Is he going to go on to B heaven? No. Johan just stays here. And here's Z on the B bomb side. And thing is, HZ aren't aware of Johan, Nigma Galaxy aren't aware of Z being here. The spike is gonna rotate over. Now, does the Sage die? Does the Sage engage in gunfights? That is the first question. Now down to Johan. He secures the kill, and now he can push forward to B heaven as well. Nigma Galaxy well and truly have the control of this round for now.
Yeah, and they hear the rotation in from mid vents as
One
well.
enemy remaining.
Carl, you know exactly what's up. See? Seen him come massive before. Sadly, can't do it on the second time of asking, as NGX, they are looking extra hungry to end this off as quickly as possible. A 7.5 scoreline, still something that you'd sweat over, right? So on the side of NGX, right now they're going to be in all business.
Okay.
They're going to be able to invest into this round with the Guardian. Now, this is interesting. I love the changes that have been done across the board, but the Guardian is a weapon that I haven't gotten to see much out of after the changes. And Crazy Guy, he's going to keep it like that. One thing is, they're going for 5 Spectres. My respect for NGX just grew tenfold.
That's funny. Right now, I'd say NGX, regardless of if they go for Spectres or if they go for, even Ares, both of them are proper anti-eco buys. That's what matters. The 1600 gun range, that's exactly what's the case with anti-ecos. And again, it's very simple, very prominent, exactly what we witness all over, what we have been seeing from so long in Valorant. Basic economy. That is. So HZ, with them going for this proper eco with multiple classics on board as well, Nigma Galaxy shouldn't have a too difficult time dealing with this. However, with what they're planning with this heavy-handed push on B, they're trying to sell a fake and they are rotating over. The only problem is they aren't really sure what happens on A as well. So both of the teams, they really don't have information about each other's whereabouts. They don't really know where multiple of these members stand. But Nigma Galaxy, they have to time this right. At the moment, Frey is the only member on A. I get the fact that there is a major gun disparity. I get all of them.
30
But
seconds
NGX
left.
have got to really time this right if they want to execute on A. And they are. Frey gets so much information.
Only
The
3
rotations
bullets.
are happening. And the attackers, they're just moving in.
Oh, that was so close, and he could not compensate for it. Astro. Vector drive by EZ stuff. The double satchel up towards heaven as it's actually the updraft from Z's B. Nice
Spike
trade.
planted.
4 versus 4. Spike planted weaponry firmly on the side of NGX. Now they regain control of ramp, and that's exactly where the fight's headed. If they play this one together, a 2v4, still very easy to shred them like butter. Yeah, they just ate that like supper. 9-5. As NGX march closer and closer to hitting double digits, we might just need to see Hate Z coming with the reply now.
We may just need to, 8Z, yeah, they've got to make sure they have these replies, because now we are going to go into the full buys from the side of 8Z as well. And this is the point of no return. If they lose this round, Nigma Galaxy, the lead that they would have built after the next as well, it's going to probably be insurmountable for the defense. And one way or another, NGX may just take the entire map for themselves. They may just take the dub. But 8Z, there is still plenty of time for them to, equalize this round count. And they are looking for that as well. So, NGX, they're ready for an A take, but everyone from HC is right here on the outskirts of the bomb side. The spike has been dropped, the attackers have been bottlenecked, and now there's nothing that the members of NGX can do. Crazy guy, he'll be good for one, but Nigma Galaxy in this 3 versus 4, they have been locked off from A ramps as well. This is the worst case scenario for them.
Yeah, and that's just the power that the chamber has in terms of the hold. Everybody from that rush put their grinding hold, splash, position. Was accounted for by ZB, but not likewise on the other end. Astro, perfect timing on the peak, as he knows exactly where Zed's playing from.
What?
Yeah, Astro. That smoke, he played it to absolute perfection as he smokes them. 10-5, double digits attained. NGX must be feeling far better, right? Because not only did they steal a very crucial round, hitting them exactly the double of HZ, but they also know for a fact that HZ would not have weaponry.
Absolutely. Yeah, and 8Z, no matter the weaponry they had, the reloads, everything, the timing just worked in the favor of Nigma Galaxy. And yet again, the weaponry on 8Z, it isn't optimal. They have it, okay, they have the judge, they have the sheriff, but against Vandal's Phantoms, you really can't count that now, can you? Crazy guy, he's checking the corners, and he gets a double! Just the spray transfer collateral. Great stuff from him. He has been the battle sage. He has been the star, shining brightly ever since round number 1, and he'll do that yet again. He's gonna be peeking this corner. Meanwhile, towards A ramps, Carl secures 1 kill. There's the initial bit of retaliation from the members of HC, but there's still so much more to go if they want to try and win this round, which I don't think they will be able to. Neff will be good for another, and that's going to be the 11th for NGX.
Neff is just 1 point away from his revive, though. Might get to see that being used as a trump card. So, retake, more than just a viable option now. If they have that revive, you can afford to go for those early fights as well. It depends on how you want to put that revive to good use, right? It's all going to be based on the long game now, my friend. It's all just going to be the long game. The Blade-Strom's up, though, on the side of ZB. So, wait, Crazy Guy has the operator even though... Okay. Cool. It's a moment like these where I'm questioning, why don't I get a Sage like this?
Yeah, I usually, think of that when I think of duelists who are heavily attacking because, well, insta. Anyways, right now, I'd say that 8Z, well, they better lock a different strategy on board, or they better lock a win at the very least, because if they don't, Nigma Galaxy, they're going to absolutely obliterate their opposition, and this round will be no different from the other, and so won't the next be, because if HC lose this, well, yeah, the economy will back again be going in a downward inflection, and they wouldn't like that. They absolutely wouldn't, considering the previous round and how they just got annihilated by the rifles that were present on the side of Nigma. So, at the moment, 40 seconds only on the clock remaining for the attackers. They are present on the A bomb side. And the thing is for HZ, no one is on the bomb side. They are playing on A ramps and stuff, but no one truly is on the bomb side. And we see the smoke going off from Omen from across the map. Fredo, he'll be good for 1. He gets the 2nd kill as well. He's going for the spray. He's preparing for that. He has spotted multiple other people, and everyone from HZ will be pushing these corners. Now NGX, they just have to hold this.
Astro, he's been set up for this from the very beginning. He needs to come up clutch, but the alarm bot's so phenomenal that now he needs to make all the way back. ZB coming home with the big play. Is this what's gonna send the rest of HZ packing as he's looking to take the aggro from screens? Astro, he's been all the way around the world, but now he needs to pull off a Mr. Worldwide like clutch. Tyro, the spam, it's bang on point. But Carl still survives with just a slither of HP. The cross needs to be played. The plant there for the side of Astro. And he swung all the way around B Heaven. Defender spawn all the way to A Heaven to get that final frag. Whew.
Great stuff.
I mean, we've seen Neons run, sure, but an Omen running, now that's just straight up cardio.
That is true. And I mean, he wasn't just that assistance in the backstab, but also the smokes that were assisting. I mean, yeah, granted, he is the only controller. Quite obviously, he's gonna have the smokes. But still, the value that he provided and the value these controllers in general provide for their team, it's remarkable how much they can achieve just based on their smokes. And I'm not even talking other bits of utility like the Viper Snake Bite, the Astra Gravity Well, just pure smokes. That's about it. But now, HZ, yet again, they are on the back foot. They have their backs quite literally against the wall, and this wall is about to collapse because Nigma Galaxy, the pressure they are putting on the opposition, it's just a little too much to handle for HZ. And that's the thing, all of this pressure has made their team collapse for a couple of rounds in a row. Even the previous one, the retake with those kills, especially at 2K that happened from ZSB, I mean, that was just insane. The Vandal only headshots on A Rams, great stuff all over. In this round, it's a far slower start, but that's how NGX like to play. Slow starts, fast executes.
Let's see if this crunch is going to work out. It's been a very drawn-out hit, right? NGX, they've been patient about this. The flash, the paranoia sends them packing, but Neff, he draws in the aggro, willing to wait, willing to play patience. You obviously do have Z2. Where's the site? Keen on the trade is Astro. It's just been the trade game in and out for the past 20 seconds, right? All these dudes, both the sides, having them well thought out. And oh, TP cancelled. It gave Frey that opportunity to individualize this 1 versus 1, with sadly case Johan. He comes home with the headshot, with the clutch, and that, I think, was the best way to end it, right? It felt like in the last round, Nigma Galaxy knew exactly what needed to be done, exactly what they would lose along the way. They more than made up for it.
Absolutely, yeah. Nigma Galaxy, great stuff from their side. And what did we see? Again, we saw the same trend happen yet again in both the best of ones we have witnessed. The first half, it's pretty equal. We see, 8-4, 7-5s, all that happening. The second half, one team is just running away with it. And now, can this be credited to the side swap happening and, the attackers defenders swapping? Can this be credited to a team recognizing the opponent's flaws, exploiting them to the maximum and profiting off of them? Or is there a third reason, a third variant that we aren't really sure of, which is helping these teams secure round after round in pretty dominant manner? And that's the thing, OG. In the second half, the opposition, they're practically non-existent. The retaliation is practically non-existent. We really don't see anything except for a blatant, I'm not going to say surrender because the fights do happen, but they're just one-sided, the rounds. They're just one-sided. And this was no different from that. So HZ, a great start, but yet again, Nigma Galaxy, the experienced team, they got the better of them. Let's have a look on over to the highlights and let's see how exactly these players got through the initial and the latter stages of this match.
I love the strategy employed by NGX on the attack, the double satchel, the dash, pretty clinical stuff, where even on the back of not having a Sova, sure, they have that Sky, right? Sky gives you the information to some extent. So they were able to deal with that double satchel. They were able to deal with that dash by just playing this one a little more calmly. All they had to do was have a little bit of patience. They played the crossfire for the initial segment of the half, and after a certain point, they were more than ready to play retake as well. So that just shows that the confidence on the side of NGX is just blooming.
Absolutely is, yeah. NGX, they like you mentioned, they were confident in their gunfights, and irrespective of the guns they had, whether it be upgraded pistols, Bladestorm, much like this round, which was just a phenomenal thrifty-ish win, everything was working for them. And when they had rifles on board, especially ZSB, with that operator, the work he put in, I mean, that was just kill after kill on defense. Let's have a look at this. Another opening kill of the round. He went for more, he got more, and everything just purely on the basis of that Jet getting those initial kills. It helped Nigma Galaxy so much in the later stages of their defense. Another one of those shots, and then came the trade from Frey in round number 7. which was followed by, HZ putting up more and more rounds on board. But this operator, it never really stopped fighting, did it?
Exactly, man. It felt like the operator was in a class of its own on the hands of ZB. Absolutely relentless, merciless. One thing that he might have given away was, yeah, I'd say he would have given away nothing, dude. His Bladestrom worked perfectly as well. I'm just trying to think, what opportunities were thrown the way of Heat Z. Not many. Not many whatsoever. NGX, a lot of these situations where they had to play for a retake, it was also down to really good read and communication, right? That's one very crucial fundamental that we assume even a lot of good teams have, but sometimes we keep causing issues. So we just saw NGX having impeccable comms, impeccable retakes, a beautiful Bladestrom display to make it a 7-5 half. But after the first half, it never looked like the same NGX. They looked to just have a different league of confidence, a different league of seriousness, as they wanted to end things quick and just head home with a happy big W.
And they did. That's exactly what they are going to head home with. And they're going to be heading home with the preparation for their next matchup and quite a lot of homework on their potential next opponents as well. So I have to say that right now NGX, yeah, the work isn't over. As a matter of fact, it's just started. This was a round of 16 Southeast Asian qualifiers. They have another BO3 to play before they can take a spot as one of the 4 teams going over from Southeast Asia to play against the South Asian rosters. But for now, they can surely take a sigh of relief. This match, early on with the retaliation they were facing, it was looking to be a difficult matchup. But then came the second half, and we can just see from these highlights, round after round after round, HC didn't get a single one on board, and NGX just put an end to anything and everything.
Yeah, for sure. Seems like Styrone might have had that clutch, in my opinion. He almost got it. No cigar, man. This round, though, if anybody wants to understand how trade fragging works, a perfect round for you to just go home and observe the mini map, observe the comms if possible. It's been a phenomenal game from NGX, and I'm itching to see them
Yes.
perform similarly in the best of 3. We've seen teams where they might have looked really strong in the best of 1, but in the best of 3 it was a completely different story, right? Some of our South Asian matchups where we had the best of 3 come to mind, especially the one with Orgulus 5. So NGX, their objective right now is, sure, they've made a statement, they look strong, they feel strong, they need to continue that kind of form and strength throughout this tournament because there's just no safety.
Absolutely. NGX, with how they were playing right now, they have to keep on playing that as well. They have to keep on hitting those flicks, which all of you at home, you can hit those flicks as well on your brand new LG Ultragear monitor, 144Hz, 27-inch monitors, just to help you with your overall gaming experience. Doesn't matter if you're playing FPS shooters or just relaxing and playing any sort of other games, they can help you. Or if you're watching the stream. If you are watching the stream though, keep watching it, because right now we're going to be taking a short break and we'll be back with our third best of 1 with 2 brand new teams from South Asia. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a break, a short one, as we want to get the action back in the Zotac Cup Valorant, powered by Nvidia, LG Ultragear, Crucial, and Corsair. We've seen two best of ones today, both
Yep.
where the scoreline felt like it's a landslide, with the first best of one, it being a little more closer. Second best one, yeah, sure, we can give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, we have Action PH who are ready to get it up and
Ooh.
running. So, yeah, I'm pumped. I'm pumped, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, we know about Action PH. We have seen them in multiple tournaments here at the Esports Club and even in Southeast Asia generally. Come on, who doesn't really know Action PH? You kidding? But more so about their opposition, Infinity. Not really a lot of information about those guys. And it's the same thing. Yet again, it's a prominent team and they're up against a relatively up and coming team. In the previous two instances, we've seen that today. Yeah, the underdogs have given a fight, but it's not a David versus Goliath where David ends up winning. It's more like an ant trying to bite you. Yeah, sure, the ant bites you, but at the end of the day, you chop its head off. So that's besides the point. So
Okay.
I mean, I have a hatred for ant. Never mind. Now, more so, Action PH for their side, look, it's going to be the same strategy, right? What we have seen from these big name teams, they just play their own Valorant, their own compositions, don't really care too much about what the opponents are doing. They want to do their own things, and then they know they have enough confidence to be aware that, okay, whatever we are doing, we can convert this into a win and take it with us and move on to the next stage of the qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. So this best of one, I think, is gonna be the treacherous part of the single elimination bracket. There's still that upset possibility, right?
Right.
We've seen it earlier on today. Even in fact, in the last matchup where Hate Z, they look to have control throughout the initial stages of the game. That's something that even though if it happens to you, you need to let experience, you need to let your confidence, and you need to let your understanding of the game fuel your way back into it, because once you tap out of a fight, that fight is away from you, my man. Let's quickly head to the agent select, as that's going to be half the fight that's going to happen before the game starts. A pretty interesting pickup by Fake here. I've seen a lot of use where we've seen the Sky or the KO being used as initiator, right? Breach, it works. Not saying it doesn't, but you also could argue to the fact that there are better packages offered with the same intent.
Right, and on a scent as well. I mean, okay, if you're arguing for a map like Split, Haven, Fracture, I'd say that yes, sure. You take the Breach, I'm perfectly fine with that. But like you said, there are better alternatives for this map. I'm not saying Breach is bad. Breach can. In the right hands, we've seen multiple times, even in South Asia. You know, so many times you've seen the Breach happen. But if you have the KO, if you have the Sky, those can work. And both of the teams, they have gone for near similar rosters. But the only difference is the one we are talking about already, OG. It's going to be a man on the KO. It's going to be Fake on the Breach. KO versus Breach is going to be the only thing. Other than that, we literally have the same comp. We have the same comps. Otherwise, we would have a mirror perfect, agent selection as well. So similar strategies are going to be implemented on board. It's just the difference in utilities that are going to be brought forward by these two different agents.
Exactly. So that's what we're going to be looking to be the difference maker in the
Mhm.
circumstance. Although with the breach, at least in my opinion, you can set up the jet just a little better, right? At
Right.
least better than a KO. KO would uh, be more resourceful when you're trying to counter utility with utility, when you're trying to deny them. Like, let's say there's a Hunter's Fury or a Lockdown ready, right? You get that
Mhm.
spike planted, you pump in your ultimate or even the knife. So, deny is certainly in the side of the KO. Let's quickly head to the game, ladies and gentlemen, because the action ain't going to be denied for any longer as we head into the third best one matchup for today.
All right, the pistol round of match number three. Sorry, these are all best of ones, like you just mentioned, OG. Nothing moves forward. All you have to do is win this one map, and you will be the one moving forward into the next stage of the brackets, into the round of eights, which will be the final stage you have to clear off, and the final path you have to get through before you move on over to the main playoffs, where you will be fighting among 7 other teams for a cash prize pool of $15,000 at the moment. Right now, you've got Action PH, you've got Infinity. Infinity will be the ones on attack. Action PH, are on defense. And what we can see is that based on the setup, I mean, right now it is a small tech issue and a tech pause that Action PH have taken. But
Yeah.
other than that, yeah, their comp is going to look fine. And I think both the setups are going to look fine as well on defense. We aren't going to see a lot of mixing and matching. Both of these teams are just going to play the meta. And the thing is, once you opt for something like that, once you have similar setups, the only major difference you really have, it's going to be in your firepower, and it's going to be in how in the mechanical skill of all 10 of the players and who can get the better of their opponents.
For sure. You know, with the recent update, a map like Ascent did not receive any kind of changes, right? But
Right.
with the way the meta has changed, you know, with Sova being as potent as it is on this map, with the Ares being as potent as it is now, with weapons like the Guardian and the Bulldog, you know, weapons which you could put to decent use at a map like Ascent, receiving that buff, I feel like it's made, at least me personally, hate playing Ascent as much, where utility is going to be deciding half the gunfight. You know, with the reveal and the Ares spam, there's barely anything you can do, right? Especially when it's so cheap, it becomes a viable strategy for you to employ, even in a gun, having the Vandal next to you if your economy is blooming. So I'm interested to see what it would create in terms of the best teams down at SA and SEA, right? How does this change impact their approach, and how does it impact it in a competitive sense? That's what I'm looking after. Because after the SA qualifiers and after witnessing the best of ones and best of threes from SA, all the maps that we've had in Ascent has felt like an LMG dream haven at this point.
I would agree with you, and I would say that we are going to be seeing something similar here as well. Regardless of the team that wins the pistol, whether it be Action PH or Infinity Esports, they are the team that takes the win. They will be buying that LMG. They will be spamming it down all the hallways, all the corners, pre-firing every and any angle they can find. But more so, you know, once the rifles are in, I think we're going to see less and less of a prevalence. The only major place I see on Ascent the Ares becoming a regular, being a staple, is obviously with the Sova on the B garage as well, or B main, watching that and spam firing through that using the recon bolt if you get any info on the opposition. As soon as you get that, then yeah, there's no stopping the Ares. You're practically dead meat if you're on the other side of the wall. But if not, you can give a good counter to it. You just have got to make sure that you land your shots before, which can be classified as the case for any and every gun in Valorant. At the moment, however, Action PH, yeah, the tech pause from both of the teams, it's still going on. We're still waiting for all 10 of the players to be ready for everything. As you know, what we can see on our screens is something I've not really seen, you know, pretty good paintings here, albeit they're quite faded, not as good as modern art. But then again, I don't think they are modern.
Yeah, I like that ice cream shop as well, you know. Reminds me of good times. Of course,
It's
a map.
winters, and you do not remind me of that.
Yeah, I love one thing about Ascent that I really like is the way the map looks, right? You have the pizza in towards mid, you have the ice cream shop outside A, at B you have a Bora, so you can go fishing whenever you demand it. Seems like the ideal life to live, bro. Have a nice
And
day
you
in
have
Valorant, go out
10
ice cream.
gunslinging
No, no,
agents.
so we don't think about that part, you know. That part is situational. I'm talking about this as, like, let's say you're advertising it as a tourist location. You know, a lot of fun parts in a sense, but what's not going to be the fun part is how they're going to deal with this mid-aggression, which at least for Motski, he is deleted. The split aggression in through B works phenomenally, as Tesseract was split between two angles and decisions that he needed to make. Sadly, led to the man advantage. With the side going down, Action PH, this retake becomes hella harder.
I need a stock concealment.
Totally does, you know, yeah, like you mentioned, the man advantage, more so the positioning of the attackers as well, all of them in or extremely close to the bomb site. There's Rolex in lane, well, he gets shot down. That's one kill. That's the second, falling in favor of APH. They're looking for more. Chromex from behind, he can't land his shots. He was supposed to be the linchpin, but he has been lynched away, and so have been all of the members of Infinity, because Action PH, they convert this 3v4 into a 3v0, winning all and every one of their duels.
At the end of the day, with that peak from main not delivering, That moment they knew they lost the pistol. That was their X factor heading in, where if things went wrong, that's what they relied upon. Well, it came in no avail. 1-0, Action PH, even though they entered that retake of a man deficit, they're able to come up on top. 1-0 now. Motsuki set up aggressive to maybe get some control in through main, and this is what I meant, dude.
Oh,
What I meant. Georgie is able to get a couple of taps with the sheriff, so any bit of deny that you don't give the Odin a kill, I'll be happy with. And hey, Action PH, they don't need the Odin. In fact, Motsuki's turret finishes up that final kill. 2-0. They exit that round flawlessly, and you gotta hope that with the big guns, we might finally get to see some kind of rebuttal from the side of Infinity Esports.
true. We have to see something similar along the lines of that. Because Infinity, the thing is, they are on attack on a map like Ascent, and they're just facing off against Action PH, yet again one of the best rosters to come, you know, not just in Philippines but in APAC in general. We have seen them find great success in other tournaments hosted by the Esports Club, and even in this one they are like the strong shots of getting quite far into the tournament. So at the moment, with how it stands, the side of Action PH, they're trying to evade away from everything that Infinity are throwing at them, and Motsuki, he's going to be the first line of defense, the person making initial contact with the attackers. He is still peeking, he is hungry for any and all kills he can find, but at the moment, even if he peeks, he's only going to find, and he'll only look into a mirror, as there's going to be another cage in front of him. Chromex up with the Vandal, he peeks, and well, okay, he just places the Nano Storm and yet again falls back as the many members of Infinity are pushing through mid.
Yeah, I think this aggression from Chromex is exactly meant to do as such. Luckily, Emin right around the vicinity to deny that kind of aggression in any free passage. So they're gonna be falling back here. And are they going to be heading in towards gardens? Alright, a quick change in plan, a quick change in pace. Infinity Esports trying to maneuver in towards the A side now, meeting no resistance whatsoever, but Aryu has been patient with this Ares. Oh god, we've seen this be an absolute juicer. He gets juiced out of his position though. And now, Tesseract trying to come in with the spam, not able to find it. The spam from hell, in fact, gonna hit him. This tag with the drone, they're trying to play on the back of it. Tesseract walking into that crossfire. Simply had no way back into this round. Action PH. Their mid-round call, easily read, but Infinity Esports making the harder call and reaping all the rewards.
Absolutely. Yeah, Action PH read that. They knew it was going to be an 8-8. However, the kills, the frags just favoring the attackers, and without any repercussions whatsoever, the two casualties that Action PH had to face, putting this to a 2 versus 4 scenario, just meant that, you know, not really much could be done. As Motsuki right now will try to defuse, he knows he doesn't have enough time. Infinity Esports, they take their first round on board. They suffered a couple of casualties, but I don't think they'll mind that, because against Action PH, you take whatever they grant you. And in this case, Infinity, they weren't granted a round. They snatched it away when things were looking a bit bleak. When their man count was down, they still did it anyway. So we're going to be witnessing 9 rifles on board and 1 operator on the side of Georgie as well. And I have to say that Action PH, they are in this. They've invested quite a lot of credits in this round. And with a full buy versus full buy on the brink, I expect this round to go just up in flames for any of these teams. A lot is going to be riding on this, especially considering that there are no ultimates available, but they soon will be.
At the push though, playing this one aggressive here, Action PH. Motsuki, perfect position to dodge. That stun. Rolex though, timing. His signature. Georgie trying to find that aggressive pick off. Almost had it on a config. But the man deficit folds as now the retake. It's gotta be on hold. Yeah, it's a save. And boy, it feels like a shave out of Action PH's strat book, right? That double aggression, it was dealt with so perfectly. Rolex. Timing is his friend, and so is circumstance.
Absolutely. And Action Peach, even after that, Georgie as well, missing that one shot onto Breach. It just leads into that, what exactly happened in this round? Was this just an extremely unfortunate case of missing your shots? And, you know, it happens time to time, albeit in this case, it affected multiple members on the defense. And for 2 of them, they lost their life. Maybe for the 3rd as well, Georgie, he was the final person who took contact against Infinity Esports. For now, he is safe and sound. But Infinity, they look... Well, at least one member from Infinity looks like hunting down. It's going to be Somboy. Is he going to be pushing through Garage? He won't be. Infinity saved all of their guns, and Action PH can only save 3. And now the score, it's been neutralized.
Yeah, they can only save 3, but they saved the big one in those 3, right? They saved that operator, which gives Action PH another chance to fight back into this round. And it seems like that operator really had to make up a mind. Now rotating all the way back to mid. You might see the Recon aid his peek in through B-Link, where 4 members lie in wait. At least one of them might choose to go aggressive through mid to maybe even counter this. Of course, we've seen the side of Infinity Esports also have that tendency to hold B main for any kind of aggression to come their way. This might just give Georgie enough room to work with. He's gonna get spotted off by the turret. He's gonna get into a safe position on the back of that tailwind.
Neutralized.
Oh!
Bruh.
So much for missing your shots. Okay.
I mean, his name is Rolex, but ironically, he got timing peaked. So, yeah, having a taste of their own medicine. This lockdown is a fake? What? Oh my goodness.
Of APH gonna fall for it. Well,
My head's feeling a little light.
they may just, I mean, the timing has to be of the utmost essence, because you can see Action PH members are right here on the bomb side, and they are rotating back on over to A. So Infinity Esports, this is a base race. Whoever gets to the bomb side first, they may have a direct advantage, and it's going to be Infinity Esports here. However, here's the bit of retaliation that Action PH were expecting immediately and that they wanted to go from. They get 1 kill, they're still looking for more. Fake win for the second, now he'll be downed 6 feet under. The man advantage therein lies with the defense.
It's all on some boy. He's managed to creep his way through. Oh, he managed to get the drop on Modeski. Wasn't able to translate that into any kill towards his side. Action PH. Even though they were able to save that operator, this is the impact that it has. This is what playing for the long game means, right? You save your weapons. You save everything you need for when the play needs to be made. And that is exactly when Georgie steps in. Not only... So, here's the thing now. You saw Georgie get aggressive towards mid initially, right? Sure, it did not net them a kill. Big whoop. What it did is instill fear. It instilled a lot of fear on the side of Infinity Esports. They had a clear mid. Then they made the rotation to go back towards A. The fear factor is often the more important factor when you're playing a game like Valorant. Once you break their minds... their game, it's far more easier to break open. And this aggression from Georgie is being expected, mind you. 4 members lie in wait here. He has the tailwind. Does he have the element of surprise? That's what he needs here to find success. Georgie! That looked like a collateral. Has his teammate. Are you though? Pays the price for Georgie's miss. They commit the Rolling Thunder. And right now, Rolex, he's like a Rolling Stone. He has the right click if he wants to go for a close range deletion. Yes, he does. Emin bites the dust. 3 versus 5 yet again. Georgie has that operator. Did they contemplate a save? I think if they don't get a frag for the next 10 seconds, they're going to call it back. And they're going to play it for the next round. The recon's going to come in from Khan as well. Modeski. Oh my god. Romex. Timing. Oh, if he put the lockdown, could have been a mad deny. And Modeski, he's going to be smart about it. Not using that lockdown. The deny from Chromex, even though positioning was his friend, not going to happen. Rather, APH, save everything for now. Chromex, that alarm bot gave away his play. Yeah, a lot of things avoided here by Action PH, but a lot of things that could have gotten better as well. Certainly.
That is true. They do end up saving an Action PH. You know, time and time again, we see them making the decision that if things are a little too much for them to handle, a little too hot for them to handle, they just fall back. They just save the guns because that to them, I mean, the economic situation is far more important than trying for a couple of kills later on in the round and, you know, like risking your lives, risking your guns for those exit frags. And especially when when a team's economy isn't doing the best, much like Action PH right now. On the contrary to Infinity Esports, you have to save your guns. So what is the solution for APH? Well, it's simply win your round and minimize the casualties you're going to face. Do not die a lot. And that is quite literally very easier said than done. We know for a fact Infinity are looking deadly with their executes. Their utility usage alongside their power positions allow them to win these duels, as right now we may just witness one live in action. Georgie is pushing through, he has been spotted and he dashes away, alerting that there are multiple members of Infinity towards B main.
Yeah, and I think Rolex also just got a brief wind of a member at market. So at least in terms of the information game, Infinity Esports have a slight inkling as to what's up. Georgie been landing a couple of beautiful shots today. A couple of shots have looked very close. This is going to be the straight up deal though. Georgie gets stiffed.
Oh,
Rolex. Not only a crucial frag, but with the headshot, adds a little more salt to the wounds. Romex. He needs to anticipate this kind of positioning from Destract. The lockdown is in and out of the A side. Not really sure why it was needed at the A side at that moment. Maybe it just allows the rest of them to rotate. Information is what Destract is going to be giving his team. And they're able to hold on the back of it. Emin, the pop flash, is it going to come in? Is the question. It does. Some boy, though, holds his ground in through lane.
Spike planted.
As boy, that's a shame. Rolex has Khan right behind him, so Motsky, there's no way that he's gonna be getting that drop. In fact, no. I thought Rolex is gonna get the drop. They're gonna respect him. Are they gonna allow Motsky to save the operator though? That's a big question. Because on 1 versus 3, after him using that lockdown in towards the A side, there's no way he's even thinking about doing this.
oh, he's just going to play for exit frags. This is smart. He is waiting for the nebula to dissipate. Wait, why is he peeking the corner? If he's waiting for exit frags, he picks up the operator. Now his location is known. Now they were trying, I mean, they were thinking, they were contemplating the decision whether to hunt Motsky down or not. But like you mentioned, they're going to let him save the op because to Infinity, the round count matters a lot more. And yet again, we can see that Infinity Esports, they are building that lead. For the side of Action PH, they'll be looking for another semi-buy. They've got an op, they've got a Phantom, Vandal, but yeah, the buy is just aren't looking the best, and that is the reason why Action PH, they've got to rely on something else, something extraordinary to help them. I would make the argument the ultimates are going to be the factor helping them. Georgie already on the Bladestorm, but then again, he's got the op as well. RU is one ultimate pip away from unlocking that Cosmic Divide. So there are many things that the members of Action PH can do. You've even got Tesseract about to unlock the Hunter's Fury. So there are multiple things that Action PH can do. As right now, Rolex, and yet again, Rolex versus Georgie. It's gonna happen once more. In the previous round, it went very well in the favor of the attackers. But now Action PH, they'll be playing far more cautiously and in a far more considerate manner.
Yeah, their aggression towards B main though continues to be a trend, which has been dealt with by the side of Infinity. Rolex is still going to be holding that same angle. I mean, no reason for him to peek this whatsoever, as it does feel like Georgie has that line in through market momentarily, right? Now he's going to rotate all the way back towards the entrance of B side to watch B main. Darts, where are they going, bro? There we go. They're going all the way into its tree. For now, conservative play is what we're getting to see from Action PH, as they're going to stack up this A bomb site. They're going to hope that the operator is able to hold B.
30
there's
seconds
nobody
left.
meant to be. All going to be an A hit. Action PH on the back of the stack. Can they make this quack?
Well, they certainly are. They are looking for the retake. However, The retaliation is present as well, and right now Infinity, they want to get in the bomb side. However, Action PH aren't letting them, because look at the positioning, and Action PH in stunning manner. You know, they went for the side control backup, and I was mentioning the retake from Infinity Esports, but they just couldn't. They couldn't take the control, they couldn't plant the spike because they were getting bottlenecked right there at the edge of the entrance. And this is one of the best ways as defense you can do. Just shut down the execution. Don't let them execute in the first place. And it was just a mixture, a cocktail of time pressure, positioning, and everything just helping Action PH to not allow Infinity to push through. And because of them, a very influential and extremely valuable round going into the hands of the defenders, because they have neutralized the score yet again. And both of the teams, once again, they are going to go for full as well. We'll be seeing Rolex versus Georgie once more. Georgie will be peeking the corner. He has been spotted, and Rolex, he gets the headshot. Excellent utility usage to allow Infinity to get the opening kill.
Aggression though. They know that they've lost control of mid, so they need to play aggressive somewhere or the other. Tesseract takes Fake down, knows that there could be another member lurking. Tesseract so heads up on his play. Till though, it's 3 still up on the side of Infinity. So whatever he did to keep them at bay. Can't be. Yeah. There was just no way that they could have outright can't be in that situation. Oh, get spotted. Are you? So much utility to deal with this man. So a clutch far from the realms of possibility.
It is, and are you? Yeah, he'll be opting to save that operator as well. As a matter of fact, he does. Waiting for exit frag. He spots one. Great headshot right there. Excellent quick scope. He will be traded out, and Infinity take another round on board. And this is one of those instances, OG, where the team that would be considered the underdog, they are looking extremely potent. Now, will this potency carry on over to the next half? That is the question, because as soon as the side swap happens, that is where we have seen already a major shift take place multiple amount of times. So keeping that in mind, I'd say that Action PH, they're still not worried too much. They only down a single round, but in this round as well, Infinity, all of them have rifles, all of them have full armor. The ultimate advantage is with the attack as well as looking to deal some damage. The recon bolt reveals a lot of location. The pop flash goes through, and a man now knows about Chromex. He gets another headshot. Great team play from the side of Action PH to allow them to get the opening 2 kills and potentially maybe even the round.
I'm surprised because they've been aggressive through B main on multiple occasions. Oh my god, Sunboy. Not a position to be doing your meditation out in the open. Right now, it's intimidation that's going the way of APH. Lotski. There we go. Let's fake out. 5-5. As we question APH, they deliver us a flawless victory on the back of the guns.
They do. I mean, this was just pure mechanical skill. I mean, obviously with the assistance of utility. Look at that. The shock dot was there. Then the pop flash over at B. Is gravity well on A main. And, but yeah, all over flawless round. Great stuff from Action PH. And now we are moving on over to the penultimate round of the first half. And this is where a lot can be decided. Because earlier we have seen 7-5s and 8-4s happen. Right now, I'm not going to lie, OG. I really expect, I think, a 6-6. We may see it for the first time today. So let's have a look, because now it's going to be Infinity Esports going for the utility dump over at A as well. We are seeing plenty of the secondary and primary utilities being spent, even the special ones, from both sides of the spectrum, from both the defenders and the attackers, but nothing in terms of sheer kills. Now, we're seeing the first ult of the round from the side of Infinity Esports. They're going to be spending the Cosmic Divide, hoping to attack on A. The spike is over on A. What exactly are they trying to sell on B as well? Because the spike right here, and the spike now has been down. The Hunter Spirit gets another kill, and now Action PH are very well aware of where exactly the gold and the treasure lies.
Dicey call to make in that position though, because they still had that arbor drone available, right? You could have used that to get some kind of safe passage. They weren't even able to wait for that recon.
Oh!
What the hell? Okay. Oh god, I think Rolex just got a mini heart attack as he peeked that angle. Nonetheless, 2 versus 3. Promax, watching with this exact push, has the turret available,
30
locked down
seconds left. You should
to
run.
buy them time. The only question is this gonna force the peak early? Yes, it is. Rather than waiting it out, Emin is like, bruh, we need to get this done with before we go out for having our dinner.
Last round in the half.
Quickly deal with the lockdown, quickly deal with the attack. 6-5, we might just be in 7-5 territory here, considering the way Action PH have woken up.
Absolutely, yeah. Action PH, these final couple of rounds, they're looking really strong. What isn't looking strong are a couple of buys on the side of Infinity. You know, we can spot Khan and Fake. Both of them have opted for the Sheriffs as well. So, not really the best case for them in terms of if they want to look for kills. Now, you've got Georgie here on mid. The operator vision has been obscured. He's still going to go for random shots. He is the one that gets shot at a couple of times. He's got a fallback. However, he still gets one. For the moment, one, but all over, potentially maybe even more. So Action PH, they're off to a great start. Infinity Esports, they are pushing on over. They're going for a split B take. They want to push from market and right here from main as well. However, they're getting obliterated regardless of the avenue they try and enter from.
This is like they're walking into a meat grinder everywhere. They set foot. And another almost flawless round here from Action PH to close the half out 7-5. Boy. What do you anticipate happening differently in this half, CCB? Because we've seen the side of Infinity Esports play this one to textbook for many of the occasions. The way they deal with aggression, like how they dealt with the B-main aggression initially in the half was nice. But later you saw Action PH improvise, adapt, and overcome that. So what do you see being the difference maker here?
I think... I'd say that the side swap, again, I hate to, you know, keep on grinding on about the side swap, but keeping in mind that both of these teams have opted for double initiators, which are quite obviously favorable when you're on your attack, I'd make the argument that Infinity, you know, they can, like, they can try and deal with it. That's the thing. Because Action PH, exactly the thing is that it used to be when Action PH themselves dealt with aggression, that Infinity Esports, you know, they got a bit lopsided. But now the fact that the defense, you know, they have to deal with it again. However, the fact that they're on defense and they have time to play with, it's going to be a big factor helping them. In this round, though, I'm not gonna lie, well, we do see a bit of gunfights taking here and there. We do see a couple of bodies dropping and more to follow soon as Iman dispatches Khan pretty darn quickly. So, Action PH, they have now taken side control. They have this one flank watcher who's going on mid right now, but the retake is right here on B, and that's exactly where the party's happening.
That's Rack trying to hold the front line there. The man advantage still on the side of Action PH. Emin, alongside Georgie, quickly shut this down. And a nice play towards B main. They try to get some early utility damage done with the shock dart, but yeah, it wasn't enough to keep them at bay as Action PH just forced through all the utility. And Ryu's position was always such a trump card, right? It also bought a decent bit of seconds of the rotation. It's another piece of the puzzle. As we now head 8-5, which possibly could even be the 9th, considering the investment is next to nada for the side of Infinity Esports. The drone gonna give them safe passage. Oh, that's exactly Action PH's game plan when they were on a inferior buy. Let's see if it works against them. As for now, Chromex trades. Desrak, the Odin is gonna the Ares is gonna net him that kill. They grab that ult orb, realizing it's a stack, and realizing that Action PH do not want to taste of their own medicine, they smartly rotate in towards the A side, where Modsky is gonna set early foot.
Last player standing.
Alright, so even though Action PH quite literally were walking into an actual trap, thanks to Modsky and his quick realization, thanks to his lurk play, realizing B is entirely empty, he got that info, he got a kill as well, and now he told his told his team to rotate over. And I'd say that, yeah, still a decent round for the side of Action PH with only a single person lost. I think they can go for the bonus in this round. and more so for the side of Infinity Esports, it's them who have got to consider how exactly to keep the ball rolling in their favor. Because for the past two best of ones, we've been seeing the same story happen over and over. As soon as the side swap happens, a specific team is in the lead and they keep on extending it until the match comes to an end. And is it going to be the same story? I can see it happening unless Infinity have a reply for themselves, which they really should. They absolutely should have a reply. But right now, Action PH, with gun disparity not favoring them, I say that this can be one of the initial rounds in the second half that Infinity can take a win on.
Yeah. Their initial aggression, though, not giving them anything to work with towards A. And the deal is just about to come their way. Oh my goodness. That was the saltiest flash I've seen in a while. Nowhere for our man Georgie to run. Man advantage on the side of Infinity. And you actually PH still has that mantle on Emin, right? Could make the difference in a round that counts, which is exactly this round. This is the round that essentially enables the comeback to be in fruition, right? At least for the side of Infinity Esports, with this guns up, they're looking to win this with at least 3 men standing. With everybody from the side of Action PH lining up
30
to
seconds
attack this ace side. We're gonna see if the defense can stand its ground. Some boy was spotted, if I'm not mistaken, and the trades instantly coming from the side of Action PH. 2 versus 3. Spike gonna go down, although this still, courtesy of the early pick, favors the side of Infinity Esports. The door almost broken to shreds, and they're gonna play this one across fire. Tesseract and RU. Pretty sure they're not gonna be revealed by that recon. Tesseract playing this one aggressively, spots his shoulder. A 1 versus 1. It's all he set up to win.
My God.
A clutch that demanded calmness and heat. 10-5, as it doesn't seem like Action PH are gonna stop the beat.
They are looking just extremely deadly right now. Look at this final 1 versus 2. Isolating the gunfight. Spots the Sova, spots the KJ, 4K. And that's that. Quickly done and dusted. He doesn't want to waste any time because look at Tesseract. He wants to keep on building his kill count. The highest in the server. By a slight margin, but the highest regardless. And this forces Infinity yet again, OG, to go for this eco. And this is inherently where the problem lies. Infinity do not have the strongest buy, because of which Action PH may just absolutely stomp all over them in this round, get the 11th for them, and yet again, it's going to be a carbon copy of what we have been witnessing for the past 2 best of ones, except this will be with different teams and on a different map. Starting off this round is RU, as an Astro, eliminates another. He'll be the only one with his stars on board, and Action PH, they are looking to shoot this round and shoot their enemies back to the stars.
Yeah. Gonna be Georgie, who's gonna take point through mid aggression alongside Tesseract. A lot of this has to come down to timing, right? A lot of these players do have the ability to win at that kind of gunfight. It's all based on timing and information, which is all going the way of Action PH right now. All that's left of Infinity Esports is fake. Sadly,
Spike
no
planted.
fake where he's heading. Aryu knows exactly what to do, where to look, and how to do it. Aryu, I think, has the most textbook playstyle for an Astro, right? Always in the back lines, always in safety, always looking out for lurks. Everything that an Astro is supposed to do, all the boxes are being ticked by Aryu.
Right. Oh, now the credit economy is still looking fine. The buy is looking similar, but OG, I think all of us can spot one major difference in the alt economy. And for Action PH, I mean, yeah, granted, Infinity many of their members are very close to unlocking their alt. Action PH, with 4 ultimates on board, this can be a big help to them in order to win this round. Because if they win this one, practically the entire map is theirs, since Infinity's economy will yet again be down in the drain. So Action PH, they've got to use their ults. They have to play this smartly. This can be the beginning of the end. In a way, it has already started. Action PH looking to execute onto the bomb side. That was just a walk in the park from Georgie, and he got punished for that. He got fined for that because that was just not illegal. That was not, yeah, that was prohibited. You can't just walk into a bomb site without any cover. So right now, the members of Action PH, they have learned their lesson. They have rotated the spike on over to A, where they're looking to execute very soon.
Yeah, and I think Motsky has kept enough eyes glued to where's that B side. Recon, now gonna reveal Somboy's location. Gonna play the one aggressive, and this is when the reveal comes in.
Spike down A.
Oh no, Action PH. They just get absolutely dumpstered with that push in towards that A side. Are you?
30 seconds
Could have
left.
gotten that shot as Someboy was jumping around. Everybody has rotated in, and mind you, it's still, if I'm not mistaken, Modsky who's on the flank. Aryu had the spike. Rolex spots this out as well with the operator. Shouldn't be that hard to land a shot
10
at this
seconds
range
left.
without there being that much punish. Just jiggling around, bro. Just trying to rub some salt into the wounds of Modsky, who in all honesty wouldn't mind the save. They have the credits up. They'll have another buy up. More importantly, they'll have a couple of ultimates up, which now they can potentially find some success with. Modsky does not have his lockdown. Fine, not a sweat. They still have that Blade Strum, they still have the Overload, they still have the Astral Divide and the Hunter's Fury. Now, these are ultimates that not only secure the site for you, but also help you to play the post plant.
That is extremely true. And right now, I have to say that with all that being unlocked, for the side of Action PH, they genuinely have to win this as soon as possible. Because the more they keep on playing, the worse they make it for themselves, and they already are looking to waste no time. Oh my god, look at this execute Tesseract. Absolutely ripping apart Chromex, who was playing in that corner. There was visual confirmation, and then there was the frag very, very quickly. So that push from Georgie, just as the Soul Jet, we saw him walking into the bomb site in the previous round. In this one, he was flying. He did not want to waste a single time. He was moving at light speed. And then he secured the kill. Action PH secured the bomb site, and they may have just secured the round for themselves.
Not only, but it seems like almost the game, right? It's gonna be 12 pretty soon. It's gonna require a Herculean effort from Infinity if they wanna truly come back into this one. And they all know it as well. Staring at each other in the ace side. Rolex, the only saving grace for the side of Infinity is that operator. That's what's gonna allow them to come back, even if that's what we have in the table today.
Match point.
And well, yeah, if you say so, the operator, I mean, it can be deadly, but he has got to work in the right hands, because with match point up here, the side of Infinity, they don't really have a lot of choices. 3 members opting for half armor. 2 of them have got their ultimates. And Infinity Esports really being on the back foot right now, have won only a single round in the second half as of yet. So Action PH, they've got 6 more to go. They just have to win a single one. Will this be the one, or are we going to see a couple more on the board before the match closes out in of itself? Georgie, the entry fragger, the dasher, the person who's dealt damage, is looking to push into the bomb side yet again. He's looking to dive. He does dive across, and he won't be successful in getting the first kill. However, his teammates are there for the trade, and they are there to take the site under control. They are spam fighting, they are retaliating, but they are at the same time dying by the hands of the defenders, who are just looking way too strong right now. And that strength, it's got to reduce very quickly.
That was a crucial pick off that Rolex found, because not only was that Modsky, but also the spike. Amin has the ability to pick up the spike without showing himself. Gonna underthrow the flash. 2 HP is all that he has left. And Rolex through the wall takes Amin down in his grave. 12-7. As it seems that the marathon has just begun for the side of Infinity. They need to pace themselves accordingly to make sure that they last the entire matchup. You get one opportunity here. One mistake, one slip up, and that could be your end in the Zotac Cup Valorant.
If you've reached so far as to be in the round of 16, you wouldn't want to go empty-handed right now when you're just here. about to qualify, but the team against you, they aren't gonna let you qualify. So Action PH, all they have to do is win another round. Infinity, this round is looking very good from them as well. They've got 5 ults on board compared to the 0 that Action PH have. The ult economy massively skewing a single way, and that can be how the members of Infinity can put the round to their board and put the round in their hands. Meanwhile, Georgie dashes away. He's still gonna get traded out. Tesseract takes his location towards Market, who peaks, but yet again, he meets the same fate, and so does Eman. Every single member from Action PH is going down, and the 2 final members, they're just isolated by themselves, looking for frags. However, it's going to be extremely difficult to find them.
Are you the one that's trying
Remaining.
to get the pick in towards B? But again, that flash is so annoying. It's so hard to take any duel knowing that there is going to be that flash peek right ahead of you. Motsky, well tucked away towards main. And Khan knows that he does not want to make any move on the back of that recon, even
30
though it
seconds
didn't
left.
essentially give any kind of info. What it does do is force you to play as a 2 versus 2. 2 versus 1 essentially, towards either side. Just how they're playing this. Perfect stuff. Rolex holding the angle as he finally comes alive with the operator. 12 to 8, 4 rounds being the deficit here. 5 ults on the side of Infinity. Right now, in terms of possibilities, it is truly Infinity for the side of Infinity Esports. The only question is, are they going to take that opportunity and make good use of it?
They have a lot of opportunities on board. Action PH is going to be one of their final few full buys. I mean, after this, yeah, sure, you know, the round loss bonuses are building up, but the more rounds they lose, the worse and worse the economy will be, unless they opt for an eco, in which then it resets and they can opt for rifles yet again. So, Rolex right now with the Blade Storm, watching Catwalk. He spots one, he fires his blades, he still gets 1 kill, 59 HP though. He's got to fall back. And now yet again the executors in full force from the members of Action PH. They're into the bomb side, but the Rolling Thunder and all the guns affect them. And yet again we are just seeing the entire attack fall and crumble down.
Crumbles like a cookie. And sadly, this is how the cookie crumbles. We're going to go the extra mile, as it seems like it. Georgie trying to make a big play. I mean, for a second thought he had that frag on a fake. 12 to 9, a flawless victory coming in from Infinity Esports. Finally a timeout. What's the plan? What do they do? They have 2 ultimates up, which is gonna be the lockdown and the astral divide here on the side of Infinity Esports. On the other side, we still have the lockdown on the side of Action PH. So utility still existent for Infinity Esports to shove. They need to find that right opportunity though. They need to find the perfect opportunity. You mentioned about the economy, right? This looks to be potentially one of the last buys that Action PH can force out of their bag, which is going to play crucially into the hands of Infinity Esports on their comeback into the game. If this so happens to be a comeback, not only going to be the first comeback that we're going to have in the Zotac Cup, but also potentially one of the best that we can start 2022 off with. This has the makings of a great game, but every single player needs to step up their game right now. Because inside of Infinity Esports, there is no place for complacency. It's do or die here at the Zotac Cup, as the tournament lives hangs in the balance of these 3 up-and-coming rounds. This one being a buy from the side of Action PH. Rolex holding the angle, does not want to whiff away those shots. In fact, it's gonna be the bait bought in. Oh, they're going for it, and Georgie, that's the jet diff that we've all been waiting for. The shock dart timed just a second late, and look at this, the run in through defender spawn. This is big stuff. Georgie cutting out the rotation which he anticipates coming his way. The lockdown towards either side.
It was
At
destroyed.
least the defender lockdown's destroyed. Look at Chromex.
Last player
Oh
standing.
my god, Jesus. Action PH, they may have just taken this. The destruction of the lockdown, it was the best thing that could have happened to them, and it surely has, and that is that. The timeout certainly working in the favor of this team, and I have to say, that was just excellent stuff right there from the side of Action PH. Destroying that lockdown. Chromex himself, he was detained, then flashed, then killed, and just absolutely ripped apart for the team of Infinity Esports. Great final round from Action PH. They were tested. They really were tested. They were on the back foot. They had everything against them. All they had to do was win a single round. It went down from a 12-6 to a 12-9. But Action PH, they still took it home.
Yeah, he was flashed, he was killed, he was built. For all they care, W is home and they avoided
Yes.
double digits. You've got to give it to Infinity Esports, though. That came so close to the wire from what we'd consider one of the best our regions have to offer.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, Action PH, earlier, all the series, all the tournaments they've played in, they've shown great potential. Even right now, they can absolutely, be in the playoffs, have a good run there as well. But for the side of Infinity, I am really looking forward to seeing them make a name for themselves. We haven't really heard about them much previously, but if this is how they play on a map such as Ascent, if this is like mechanically how they can, compete against the likes of APH and all of their members, then yeah, I want to see Infinity Esports. Who wouldn't like to see this roster shine up against someone of their own grid and entirely prove themselves? Because this was a proving round. Against Action PH, they tried and they truly, they showed the benchmark that they have set for themselves. And now the next time we see them, it's just going to be outscoring that benchmark and potentially maybe even taking the.
Yeah, for sure. I just can't help but wait for the replays because we need to
Oh,
relive
yeah.
that entire game. So let's quickly head into the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. The first half, you've got to say, it was far more competitive than Action PH signed up for.
Yeah, Action PH. This was a lot more closer. I mean, as soon as the second half. I mean, first let's have a look at the first half. Quite equal, good stuff all over. Infinity were really looking strong. They were on the comeback, and this is something we noticed from the underdog teams. Early on, they are looking strong, but as soon as a certain point has been reached or a certain check mark or a certain if condition has been changed, it's almost as if the opposition, the team, the big name team, they just start shooting and fighting and killing, and there's no stopping them whatsoever. For now, both the teams were going neck and neck with each other. There was so much happening, so many kills, so many rounds with just the ebb and flows back and forth, favoring the attackers, then the defenders, then back the attackers. And if you were lucky, you would see a retake happen from the defense as well. But towards the end of the first half, Action PH, they still maintained the lead. They started extending on it. And only after that did Infinity Esports get on the comeback to try and get this back in their favor.
Yeah, not to mention that stack that Infinity Esports walked in towards the A side. That was gut wrenching. That was, in some sense, even crippling, right? Because this could have been a far more competitive half from the side of Infinity Esports if they were able to claw that crucial round together, which they weren't, sadly. And again, a lot of plays being made across the board, right? You don't really only see the Jet making the flashy plays here. It's everybody who's coming for an equal sharing of that pie. Second half pistol, Action PH, they were able to get that lurk coming from all the way around, but it was no avail, man. They didn't need no lurk. Their gunfights look really, really strong. Also, Infinity Esports, on the back of the few rounds that they won, they were not looking any kind of weak when it came to gunfights. They looked dead on perfect. If only some of these calls would have gone differently, it would have been a completely different story, my friend.
That is absolutely true. Yeah. I have to say, Communication at times was a bit skippy, and we could have seen better retakes or even better executes happen. But Action PH, they themselves were in control up until they started losing it, and I think that was more of a mental loss rather than just losing in gunfights. It was just a major mentality shift that affected the members of APH and who were trying to do something, trying to win that final round. Because as soon as this 12-6 score was reached, Infinity Esports, they were looking like the team that put on a new coat, that put on a new personality, and were just shining brightly. And there wasn't anything APH could do about them. But then came the final round. The timeout certainly helped. And that's why I think it was more of a mental problem rather than just, momentum or something like that. Because once the timeout happened, once the clock stopped for a minute and a half, and Action PH, all 5 of the members talked and discussed with themselves, went over the problems, came up with a new plan. That's when they made things better, and that's when ultimately, as we look at the final round, they ended up taking the win.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like a hard-tailed swallow, but at the end of the day, it seems like the end of the journey for
Hmm.
Team Infinity Esports, at least here in the Zotac Cup Valorant. Hopefully, the next time we do have the open tournament, next time we do have the opportunity to get to see them on a stream, it's gonna be a far more resilient face. Hell, they have nothing to be shy about what they did today. They performed really
Absolutely.
good. There was a couple of intense jet v jet moments. It all came down at the wire, and that's exactly how you want to go out, right? Even if you do end up taking an L, if it was me, I'd want to go out guns blazing, man. And considering the
Hmm.
way it's been going, we still have 2 best of 3s left. So hopefully they're as high octane and intense packed as this one. This, of course, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen, has been the Zotac Cup powered by Nvidia, LG Ultragear, Crucial, and Corsair. We'll be back after 5 minutes with yet another best of one, so do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. You are watching Zotac Cup for Valorant, powered by Nvidia GeForce Crucial, LG Ultragear, and Corsair. I'm CCV alongside OG Dolores Chicken, and we are bringing to you the Southeast Asian Open Qualifiers round of 16s, the final best of ones we will be witnessing in the Zotac Cup. After this, it's all BO3s and even BO5s. So, right now, we've gone through the majority of the matches today. Out of like we have seen multiple teams that have been decided already, moving on forward to the next stage of moving on to the round of eights. Now it's our time to decide another roster which will be paving their way, and our two competitors, well, it's going to be Fallen 5 up against Lords of Heist from Indonesia. It's a pretty interesting name. Not heard of Lords of Heist. Fallen 5, we are aware of them. We've seen them in previous tournaments held by the Esports Club, ones that featured Southeast Asian teams. They've made a mark for themselves. However, they've not always been there at the top. Yes, they have left a significant impact, but they've never been in the top tier, upper echelon of teams in these tournaments. This time, well, they can change the course of that.
Yeah, and I think an important part of changing the course is also the map that we do get to see, right? So up ahead of us, for this best of one, we're gonna have Icebox. Finally,
Yeah.
a map that at least I feel like it's my personal favorite. A lot of angles that you can work, especially as a duelist, as a jet. There's a lot of randomness that you can throw to the air just due to the way that verticality works. And of course, with the Marshall being that OP, even if you do end up taking the L on the pistol, there's still ways for you to fight back, right? The long distance
Right.
really allows you to do that as a jet, and your utility, like let's say a Sky or a Viper, helps you cut down that distance as well. It's gonna be that battle that we're gonna hopefully get to see. Other than that, what's your opinions on Icebox, man? What do you feel about the map?
I like the map. I know a lot of people have strong opinions that, yeah, as attackers, all you do is pick Viper. You know what? Speaking of Viper, let's move on over to the agent selection screen. I think Viper's the one agent we all know is going to be confirmed. Yeah, on the side of Fallen 5, who now recently have been picked up by the organization Neos. But, you have Glicious picking the Viper. And then on the side of, Lords of Heist, you've got Peekaboo taking the Viper as well. So in the controller market, Icebox is extremely one-sided. You know for a fact you're going to see Viper. Other than that, Sova has not been picked up. So KVZ, what exactly is he going to go for?
Has to.
Most likely, yeah, most likely it's going to be the initiator, and it's going to be a double duelist setup coming from Fallen 5, which is interesting. I mean, Icebox is no stranger to double duelists. We used to see them, but soon enough, the meta has really changed, and at times it can even be classified as double sentinel, which is something I believe Lords of Heist will be looking to go for.
For sure. Just waiting for KV ZX. The Sova is a very integral part of this map. Not only does it give you information, which you can base an aggression or an aggressive pick on the back of,
Select your
but
agent.
especially on the attack, it gives you some sort of a safety net heading into a fight. Knowing that information is going to be the name of the game, it's easier to maybe tap ahead and get ahead in that circumstance. So doesn't seem like we're going to be missing out on our staple Sova. The one difference that you do see is in the sacrifice of a double duelist, you see the KJ on the side of HST.
Yep.
So that being the primary difference maker, the KJ on this map, there are some places where I love it, some places where I hate it. Some places where you hate it is even though you have that lockdown, there are still longer range angles that, despite of several plant locations, it's possible for you to hold with that post plant at B being significantly strong, right?
Right.
That
Yep.
is one deterrent for taking the KJ, but the information that you get, the turret helps you watch an angle which you don't need to commit an extra eye to or an extra manpower to, do so. It also helps you deny from time to time with the alarm bot and the swarm. So those are the small edges that HST have to work with. The only difference is, are they going to make use of it? Because that's been the biggest difference in these best of one matches, right? It's about utility, it's about timing. The last map, Action PH, they almost had that one taken away from them.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to see if this best of one will be able to provide potentially one upset. That's what we're looking for. And considering the fact that both these teams are relatively a little newer to us, CCV, it's going to be a delight to see which one gets ahead and which one gets off to a flying start, as we're more or less ready to take you on to Icebox, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, for the side of Fallen 5 as well, even though we have seen them in previous tournaments, here But the thing is, I don't think we've quite seen them on Icebox just yet. For Lords of the Heist, this is the first time we're all going to see them. And I am thoroughly expecting for them to surprise us with something extremely nonchalant and something extremely out of the box. However, for Fallen 5, we kind of sort of know this lineup. We kind of sort of know the players themselves as well. A bit of the play styles. We'd just like to see them in action on this new map and dominate their territory or put up a good fight against their opposition, which I think there's going to be plenty of. Both of these rosters, they're locked and loaded, they're ready. You know, it's going to be a matter of seconds before we jump into the game. And that's why what makes me think is, yet again, I do like the fact that so far we have seen like 8 different teams, and every single time we have seen a different map. A map has never been repeated today, and that honestly makes me so happy. Because yeah, if a map gets repeated, you never like to see that. Right now we like to see the map. Right now we like to go to the coldness of Icebox, and we are going to be seeing Fallen 5. They'll be the ones who are starting off on attack. Lords of Heist, they are ready on defense. Oh, sorry, Lords of Heist, sorry, they are the ones on attack. Fallen 5, they'll be on defense. And the thing is, keeping this in mind, both of these compositions, well, at least for Lords of Heist, the thing is that a double Sentinel right now, it's not going to really favor them too much. They have to wait for the defense, or they have to look for post-plant scenarios and then make use of their Sentinels.
Yeah, it seems like for now they have a keen eye for aggression outside A. And Blurred knows exactly where that alarm bot is, knows exactly where that turret is, so does not want to alarm it by any means. Blurred, he's going to be able to take that conservative angle. Again, you cannot afford to overextend like this. Right now, all that the defense is looking for is one frag. And they're very smart by not playing this one overly aggressive. Insane. He just spotted out the shoulder of Blurred there. He still has the tailwind. Oh. Get Agent 007. And now, with the drone, it gives the room for Blurred to play this one aggressive, which he does. Beautiful stuff. Dashes back to safety, but that's going to be the B site under siege. They're going to be able to wall this off as well. You obviously have that early rotation coming in from Delicious. Oh, the tag does not manage to become a bad guy. Peekaboo, that's all he plays with him. Does not want to commit more, does not want to give away this fight. The retake now on full effect in this 2 versus 4.
Alright, and everyone from Fallen 5 pushing from the same angle. They're overpowering their enemies. The enemies are trying to fight back, but it is just too much for the pistols to handle. The semi-automatic nature makes for left-clicking to be a bit more difficult. Added on the inaccuracy, and well, Fallen 5, they were very accurate with their read. Not to mention Blurred and his opening double kill to assist his team even further. Gets that one onto Risen, and then followed up. There is the second one onto Insane. Just great stuff all over. And now Fallen 5, they get off to a good start, and they can improve on it even further because now they have gotten the anti-eco, and we can already spot an Ares on the board from Kakarot. So I've got to say, one Ares, couple of Spectres on board. Lords of the Heist as well, not shying away from upgraded pistols. We've got 4 Sheriffs, so even make that 3 right now. So even they are looking for a couple of headshots. They're looking for kills. But how valuable are those kills gonna be? How damaging are those pistols gonna be?
Well, they did damage Blur, not enough to take him down. Sadly, Insane pays the price for it. Man advantage. With the HP being so dead low on the side of KVZX. This could be punished, and this could be punished by a mile. Oh, it's Bless going down. Mind you, Bless was the member with the heal, so gonna leave KV. Only 5 HP. Nice shot. With Marshall, you need to only land that one shot on the body, as it does 1-on-1 to 1-on-5 damage. With no armor, it's essentially lethal except for the legs. Can hit the head, shoulder, but not the knees and toes.
Right. And right now, I think all 4 of these members will be looking just click heads only. They do not want to take any risk. There's during the bomb side. Kylie pushing. Does he check the corner? Yes, he does. And he does get the kill. So now the spike rotates over, but so does Blurred on the opposite ends of the map. But they're going to meet once, and maybe for the final time in this round as well. 30 seconds. So plenty of time for the members of Lord of the Heist. But it also does allow Blurred to push into the bomb side. 99 HP, no armor on this man. He is peeking through. He is waiting for a kill. He spots the jet. He gets another kill. And now he can pick up the Spectre. It is a 1 versus 1 with only a single bit of HP differentiating these 2 lads. Blurred, he gets the 4K. and he gets the clutch for him and his team.
Yeah, more importantly, he gets that Blade Storm up and running, right? This early martial investment netted him crucial frags throughout the course of this round. And now, created that Spectre, very viable for them to play the bonus. In the bonus round, I'd typically expect a Jet to have that Blade Storm up just due to the fact that you're so much more lethal with Blade Storm, right? Whatever weapon that you do ended up saving, you can maybe just make it do and work it around with the teammates that you do have. If I'm not mistaken, Carrot still does not have a weapon that he's invested into. So you might see that Vandal that Blurred invested to maybe come into his hands. Okay, so Bless does not take that Spectre off the hands of his Jet while his Jet has that Blaze from up and running. Could be crucial in the hold as weaponry does help put a stop to this push. Kylie though, in towards 410, dashes into safety. Now on top of the server, they're gonna create mayhem. It's usually the peak that's followed on the back of the wall, and that's exactly what he's using to ball. The park blown wide open. 4 versus 5, the retake in fruition. What do they do in this succession? Because right now, Blurred, he had that Blade Storm up and running. I think the mouse sensor on Rin's a little old, but he is still very bold. There's 2 versus 4. The numbers,
Enemy remaining.
the retake just turns cold. And boy, this is one hell of a hold. What a play there from the side of HST. Kylie, that push made so much room for his team, and his confidence just brimming on top of that server, it leads to his team toppling everybody else on the server.
Absolutely. I mean, that jet dive play alongside the kills as well, and Fallen 5 just falling by the wayside. I've got to say that there wasn't much like stopping the members of, Lords of the Heist. It was really nothing much could have been done from F5. And now, yet again, they can't really do much with the guns that they have. They've gone for great pistols. They're going to go for frags as well. But so can their opposition. Eco frags will be widely available up for taking, but Kylie's got to be more careful in how he attempts to get them. He still gets the first one. And Fallen 5, they've got to get their manpower, relocate them over on the A bomb side, because if they don't, this execute is going to absolutely gobble them up. Plus, peeking on the left is insane. Oh man, he misses a shot. He's going for the shock dart, and it does land.
Yep, lives up to the Sova meme. The man advantage. Doubled on. As now, just the pistols are going to do whatever damage they can. Peekaboo.
One enemy.
Holds that angle. Vigilance in the end. 2-2. Close to a flawless round. All that they've lost in this round is Kylie, which is not a problem. He's supposed to be the man in. Supposed to be the man drawing the aggro, getting that opening pick. Whatever he gets there on after is just an added gift that you bring to the party. So, he's doing his job phenomenally, and making this look a little easier on the attack. They're lining up for something a little different now. They have the Sova waiting outside main, so you could expect that recon to come in through A main to clear out belt and pipes. Other than that, they're heading in towards potentially what looks to be a mid to B.
Revealing.
They are, yes they are. We can spot a lot of the members of Lords of the Heist, and Fallen 5, they're getting a lot of aggressive information. There's no one on B. The other option that leaves is going to be A, or this kitchen take that Kakarot has to stop. He's got the showstopper, but I don't think he'll be able to launch it in the nick of time. He has his gun to support him, but that gun will only be good for one. Kylie's off the board, so is Kakarot, and now with both duelists gone, both of the teams have got to make sure that they keep the man advantage working in their favor. The resurrection does work in favor of Lords of the Heist as it is still a 4 versus 4. But everyone from Fallen 5 is right here on B, and they're looking for more kills. KBZ, he can peek, but he also falls.
That's the opening though, and that's gonna lead them right into the loving embrace of Delicious, who grabs himself a delicious kill. Man advantage. 2v3. It's gonna be on the rotations now. Maneuvers are looking to be sneaky in their approach through screen, and Delicious has been judicious about the backstab, but he needs to also be wary of the front lines, and Peekaboo lives up to his name time and again. 2 versus 2. The wall keeps them on attendance and hold, and this essentially them playing for it all, right? They've committed the Viper Spit as well. This is a round that they're eager to get your HST. And it's close, and that's punished. Blur. I assumed he tried to tailwind back to safety, but he only had death to stare into. And Ryu, his positioning, decent in case Peekaboo doesn't end up going down. That is ain't gonna be the case. 3-2. And right now, there is just one thing evident. Fallen 5, it seems like they will have more to do.
Absolutely, they have to. I mean, the situational awareness in this case from Lords of the Heist, it was really good. This kill onto Glicious, who was really not expecting Lords of the Heist to go for what they were doing early on in the round. Push from mid yet again, but not this time from Kitchen, rather from Boiler. Forces Fallen 5 onto an Eco. And yet again, 2 Marshals, 3 Sheriffs. Not really much. You know, like upgraded pistols in the Marshal, you can't really do much with that once you're up against rifles. Blurred on the other hand, he is pushing through to you. He's gonna be peeking the angle very soon. He spots a member, looking for the kills. He will try to go for the tailwind. He's still there. He's not moving away as the attack moves on away towards A. Hoping for an execute and hoping for a post plant yet again, because that is where Lords of the Heist are strong. Yet again, look at the Sentinel utility being used in order to assist for the plant and to prepare for the post.
Yeah, and they have the showstopper up on Kakarot. Oh, they had the showstopper up on Kakarot. Kylie spots their head. Wants to put them to bed. Plant committed. The angle. Oh, almost omitted. Kaylee. He had the play. He had the advantage. He had the element of surprise. Yet, he gets completely taken out of the equation. Insane. He's just trying to buy time here. That tap was meant to draw out the Hunter's Fury. Now, they need to win out these gunfights. A couple of doinks, but they're not enough to secure the round. It goes down to the 1 versus 2. Mind you, this was a force from Fallen 5, right? They essentially try to force in a couple more guns to do a decent amount of damage. They've grabbed the Hunter's Fury off the side of HST. There's a lot of utility that they did draw. Weaponry? Sure, they did down 3 members, but it's not like it's a hard situation for the side of HST. They still have money in the bag for maybe an L or 2. All they care about is getting that round. They got it, 4-2. The first half is going strongly in the favor of HST on their attack.
That is true. And right now, I've got to say, well, it's going to be Fallen 5 emitting their own Viper Spit for the first time in this half. Insane. He'll be taking his owl drone through it, trying to look for information. But as he looks for that, Kakarot looks for the opening kill. Although, he's not the only one who gets a frag onto the jet. Both the jets off the board. And now these teams, they're looking to deal with stuff without any duelist on board, as well as Kakarot also falls. Last look at the angle he's holding. He'll be good for 1 again. The spray transfer wasn't the most optimal. Peekaboo, he's here in Kitchen. And now Fallen 5 have to move on over yet again. They're going for this backstab play. However, it's going to be slow and it's going to be taking a lot of time. The Hunter's Fury though, it reveals the location of a lot of the players, allows Glicious to push up. The spike is going to go down yet again. Peekaboo is holding the angle. He can peek whenever he wants to live up to his name, and that's exactly what he does. Glicious now, all by himself. Ryu is not aware of his location, but neither is G.
Big brain Sage main. That's what Ryu is. Evades Glicious, who's on top of the box. 5-2. That was such a nice move there from Peekaboo. After the Hunter's Fury tagged both players inside, I think Insane was a little zoned in towards denying that bomb plant and denying any kind of action towards that vicinity. Little did he know, there was death lurking around that corner, and it took him to the depth of hell. This is also a hellish situation, right? If you do consider the position of Fallen 5. The first half, better they start recovering from it now than never. Oh no! The recon. Yeah, the last tick, Insane's play, Blurred play was given away by an Insane recon. And now, he just has Blades 1 passive. His Blade Strim used and dealt with. Peekaboo. This man has that one innate trait of a Viper player, which is to be hella annoying, hella unpredictable, and always cause your enemy to be on edge. That's a trait of a good Viper player. And well, he did more than enough to secure this round to a good extent.
Spike planted.
3 versus 4, and now made it 2 versus 4. HSC, all they need to do is hold the sail and watch this retake fail.
The showstopper is there on Kakarot. Blurred is also holding the same angle. Now the showstopper has gotta go wild. There is no denying that. You need multiple kills to help you. And with Blurred falling down, I don't think Kakarot will be spending it right now. He knows he's all alone. He'll be good for 1, and that's all he'll be good for. Yet again, you just spam fighting as the round comes to an end in classic Liu fashion. And Lords of the Heist, 6 rounds on board. Fallen 5, the team who were looking to be the better squad at the moment. Well, they are getting counteracted on by Lords of the Heist. Now I've got to say, and at the moment, Fallen 5, they don't really have a reply. They're not looking good on this defense. And Icebox, a map that at times can favor the defense, I've got to say, it's not really working well in their favor right now. So, with all that being said and done, we'll be starting off round number 9. Lords of Heist can essentially secure, you know, like a lead, at the very least a 7-5 lead in this half, but at the most I'm thinking something along the lines of an 8-4, perhaps even a 9-3.
Oh, all right. This could be the start, because guns are finally up on the side of Fallen 5. Blurred, crucial shot that he landed. Revive up from Ryu. Man advantage quickly nullified, which prones them to play a little more aggressively. Insane, punishing Blurred on his beat towards the ace side. Aggression dealt with. Risen, finding a crucial frag in through main. Again, these frags that these guys are finding on the other side always draws in a lot of rotation, right? And that is things that HST are taking advantage of with their late and mid-round positioning, especially the positioning of a player like Peekaboo.
Player standing. Spike planted.
Silence.
House.
Silence. That's what he put him into. Yeah, Risen. Not only did he get 3 crucial kills this round, but he also is that much. Actually, he has a lockdown. Lockdown there. The Viper's pit there on the side of HST. On the other side, we have the Showstopper, which has been up for a while. And so is the Revive on the side of Blast. This is...
All of that being there, you know, I have to say that, okay, yeah, now Fallen 5, they have to take a timeout. And the question has to be asked, is this a little too late in your own, like, defensive half to take a timeout? Couldn't it be taken earlier? Because Lords of the Heist have been winning rounds 7 times consecutively without any form of retaliation from F5. Fallen 5, they won the initial 2, then lost, and so on and so forth, and kept on losing until it was a 5-round differential. They found themselves in 3 more rounds in this half. A 7-5 isn't all too bad. You can very easily make a comeback from that. But I do not see it going like that. I still see something along the lines of an 8-4, 9-3. This timeout is going to benefit Fallen 5, no doubt about it. But Lords of the Heist have enough in the bank, enough in their mind, and enough in their strat book to help them secure 1, maybe 2 more rounds, and then they go on their own defense, where the double sentinel is going to work for them even more, not to mention the Viper and a snake bite and toxic screen and whatnot.
Darn. Making it sound like a pretty bleak prospect in that second half, but that's only if they both come online, right? That's only if they do deliver that same impact. Recon? Well, there are some things that he missed. It seems like Kylie doesn't miss headshots, but the Recon maybe spare an extra bullet to do.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's just...
What is up with these jets dashing?
It's just one of these days, bro. I feel sympathy because I've faced it myself, so F for you, buddy. NTs. Maybe the next time.
This is why you install Ocarina. Simple. Right now, Peekaboo will be insta-locking his crosshair using his mouse and his fingers onto the head of G-Licious. And right now, Fallen 5 yet again, they find themselves in the deficit. Granted, it is going to be their eco. They don't have the best of guns. It's not going to be the best of rounds for them. But yeah, Lords of Heist, they are just winning, and there doesn't seem to be a stop right now. So, Blast gonna be pushing to the side. What he doesn't know is there's Insane right there behind him who can kill him. Peekaboo Okay, Blast gets eliminated and so does Kakarot. I was thinking a double pincer maneuver could happen on Kitchen, but it doesn't. Peekaboo stays alive, so does Insane, and for now so does KVZ, holding the angle, great headshot. But I think that may be the only one he'll be getting. He has the Vandal, he should be saving it. He does pick it up, but everyone is hunting him down. He gets another, and that's going to be the round done and dusted. 8th on board for Lords of Heist.
Yeah, right now, Lords of Heist. It feels like right now it feels like Fallen Fire are playing against DJ Khaled, right? Because regardless what, Fallen Fire can win no matter what. Regardless what you throw at them, it feels like they always are finding a way back. Man deficit, man advantage. They know how to play each and every situation to the textbook. Because right now it seems like the textbook of the side of Fallen Fire is ripped apart. They took that one timeout, CCV. You mentioned that they could have done it earlier. Well, coulda, woulda, shoulda, my friend. 9-2. Now, with the half slowly entering its closing phase, you might see Fallen 5 have a little bit of a sweat going down their neck. Blurred had the opportunity there to line himself up an early first blood, but a shot missed is a shot too expensive. Risen, lockdown committed on the back of that tap. Rio, he might be your healer, but he's also the damage dealer.
Absolutely is, and right now, well, damage is being dealt to both the sides as the lockdown, well, it has been completed. No one has been detained. Fallen 5 yet again on the retake. Good for them. It's a 4 versus 4. Good for them. They have the one ultimate, and LOH have none on board. So the resurrection can be extremely valuable considering the amount of kills that are going to happen. However, the person about to give the resurrection falls down, and so does his teammate, and might as well you call it a day, because everyone from Fallen 5, it looks like they'll be facing this harsh reality of death sooner rather than later. Kylie holding the same angle. That's a headshot all down to KBZ. He'll be good for another. In the previous round, he had a different Vandal. Now he has another. But I don't think it will matter, because Lords of Heist, they win yet one more. 9th on board. And now we move on over to the final round of the first half, where LOH are just looking undefeatable.
Back. The position of Kaylee was left unpunished for those 3 frags. Wow. That retake really fell flat, didn't it? And like you said, the death of, if not mistaken, that was Blast, right? Who had that revive up, but was immediately eviscerated as soon as he saw Kylie.
Take flight.
Yeah, the hard-built swallow. And Blurred, he's gonna... Oh, he got diffed, son. Head back home. That's a school bus peak right there, Kylie. Does not want to stop. He wants to push. He wants to push. He wants to find that finish line sooner than later. Reveal comes in. But this utility, is it too little, too late? Peekaboo has another chance to play Peekaboo, and he has a shorty. This is salty as it gets. KVZX. He's gonna play from Nest all the way on top, but this is a position now given away. The spray from Ryu is perfect. 10-2 and a half.
Switching sides.
It is brutal.
Jesus, I mean... 10-2? I was not expecting something this extreme. I mean, even in the most extreme scenarios for me, I was saying 8-4, 9-3, not 10-2. Goodness. Okay. Fallen 5 have really found themselves in this scenario where you've got to win the pistol, because OG, I'm not gonna lie, if they don't win the pistol, it may just be game over, because Lords of Heist, they'll get 11th, then comes the anti-eco and stuff. So,
Well,
all that being said and done, this is the round. This is pretty much do or die, because Fallen 5, they lose this, coming into the round of 16s will all be for nothing. They've got to keep on winning. So they are right here. They're playing for everything. And the recons go through from both of the Sovas, getting a bit of information. Both of them have been destroyed. So there is footfall on either one of the A-bomb side. And the members of Fallen 5, everyone is looking to execute. Now, can LOH deal with this? The Sage Wall goes through. forcing the members to go from the left lane where a shock dart is going to meet them.
What was the dash from Blur though? Questionable at the very best. The shock darts push them back, and Kylie does what he does. That's what he's supposed to do best. Real. Luckily that paint shield wasn't targeted to his position. That could have been lethal. Oh, look at the HP.
My.
Okay, now, yeah, this is where if you're the Sova on the other side, you'd be like, bruh.
I
Is
don't
there
really knows as of now. Okay, well, Chilicious was there. He knows about Peekaboo. And now LOH, they have a decision. I mean, LOH don't really have a decision. They are 5 men strong. They're still going to maintain the same structure as they were prior to the action phase, when it was the prep phase. 2 on A, 2 on B, 1 on mid. Fallen 5 are going for an ATK yet again, leading the charge. It's going to be Kakarot. The toxic screen goes through. Kylie's going to be peeking. He'll be spotting. He'll be shooting. He doesn't kill anyone. And now we are seeing everyone from Fallen 5 flood the bomb side. But they still can't plant the spike. 16 seconds on the clock. The spike will go down. So does the body of Kakarot. So does the body of KBC. So does Rizzen. And before you know it, Blur also goes. And round number 11 goes to Lords of Heist.
Quickie, right? That's what they're after. 11-2. In that kind of position, you know, Fallen 5 had the right call made, had the timing in their books. Some of these fights just didn't go their way, man. Well, it's gonna require a force. A plant would have been so much more impactful in the overall scheme of things, but now half armor, I think they have almost nothing in terms of utility. That's a stylish recon. I want to learn that.
Enemy tag.
I love it when they bounce off, just like rapidly bounce off of corners. That's the just like long travel time. But regardless, at the moment, you know, the Fallen 5 members, they are bouncing to and from. They have gone for this force buy, but already it's looking like it won't work in their favor. That's 1 kill favoring them. The Guardian really doesn't work. Kylie, I'm not really sure what he was going for. And Lords of Heist, they're ready for the retake. However, they are falling and numbers aren't looking strong. They've got 3 on board. Ace Ares has got to do something. Ryu really can't. He's getting bombarded yet again, down to 1 HP. Please don't tell me he finds something back up. Rizzen on top. He knows about KBZ's location. He goes for the kill. So does Ryu. And don't tell me this one. He does. The right click. The 2v4. Everything works for Lords of Heist.
They're gonna get the Guardian? Yes, they are.
Match point.
Dude.
What?
Dude, look at this. Look at this. Pop! Goes the weasel. That hurts, man. I know this is Icebox, but it doesn't need to be this cold. Cold enough to chew your bones. Alright. 10 rounds. That's what's required. But it's far from a doable task. Can
Take
goes
flight.
through. Does not reveal the setup as of yet. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Buster. Thank you, Blurred, as he removes the Odin, the Ares out of the hands. Still have Insane trying to spam his though.
Oh.
Nice utility. I love the fact that all the utility that they committed into side, except for the recon, flushed everybody else out and put them into uncomfortable situations on the defense. Now,
Absolutely.
if this retake holds up, I'll just not have vocabulary anymore. It'll not be found error 404.
Last player standing.
In this case, I think Lords of Heist members are never going to be found in this round. It's going to be a flawless. With the looks of it, no, that's 1.
Nice try.
That's only going to be 1 for Peekaboo. Yeah, nice try with the judge. But Fallen 5 get their 3rd on board. Can this be the start of a comeback, or is this just one small beacon of hope that's soon going to be extinguished by the members as they take the entire beacon and destroy it in the heist they have been planning for so long in order to take, well, a massive chunk out of $15,000? So, well, at the moment, Lords of Heist, they are going to be going for an eco. Yeah, they have been buying and buying. Even in the previous round as well, it wasn't the best for them. We saw a couple of Spectres, we saw Ares as well. This is just going to be upgraded pistols. They are more focused on the next round. As for Fallen 5, they should be looking to minimize casualties to make sure that in the next couple of rounds, they have economy saved over. And with these Guardians, I think they're dealing plenty of damage. Peekaboo gets
down A.
1 kill for the cost of 3 of his
Player
teammates.
standing.
4.
There we go. I mean, at least trades one out, so something better than nothing. Well, 4. The Sage, if I'm not mistaken, Ryu also did go for that orb, which puts him dangerously close to that revive. You also do have the Viper Spit and the lockdown here. So if this is any prediction from what's happened in the past to what's going to happen now, my guess is it's going to be a retake situation played on the back of that lockdown, and they will be able to come at the Viper Spit after getting real estate in the side. So we're going to potentially either be looking at a very aggressive opening first few seconds or a very passive mid-game.
Surely could be looking for something along the lines of the Fallen 5 though.
Take flight.
It is. Everything is on them. Yet again, we are seeing the A take, but in this case, it looks to be shut down before it can even start. The trade goes through.
I shocked
Will not kill
And the resurrection goes through as well, but yet again, man advantage. It has been equalized, and another kill with a shock dart, this time from Insane over to Kakarot. So Fallen 5 have lost one of their duelists. The other is pushing on over. He's got support. He's got an initiator. He's got a sentinel to lock down the bomb site, heal him. Whatever Blurred needs is what Blurred will get. However, Fallen 5 need more rounds, and Lords of Heist, they only need one more. Insane still holding this extreme angle. Hunter's Fury goes through, and now it's the only man with a Hunter's Fury alive, and he will be shut down.
Defenders win.
Insane finishes things off in a 3K, and Lords of Heist win and go for the upset, 13-4.
Wow. I mean, I'll be honest, out of all the games that we had today, the most dominant one, without a doubt.
Yeah.
That was, there was a lot of things that happened in the map prior. You know, Icebox, I'm very happy that we did get to see, you know, a new map on the table. Not like this, man. This was, it looked like the side of Fallen 5 always had their strat read. It felt like it was so transparent that not only was the strat telegraphed to the other side, but they also knew exactly how to deal with it. Now, that's just textbook homework coming out on the stage here today.
Certainly so. I mean, Lords of Heist, they recognized all the intricacies. And even on their own attacks, I mean, they were going for multiple attacks. Fallen 5, especially in the second half, the one problem that just so happened to be, they didn't have a lot of rounds to work with, unlike their opposition. They had to keep on pushing and pushing and pushing. And from the few rounds we did see in the second half, Fallen 5 were every single time just executing on A in the same manner. Overwhelm your opponents, the toxic screen goes through, you have the pain shells, you have the boom bot in the same angle, you have the recon bolt, the shock dart, and then try and kill your opponents and try and, well, as you had briefly mentioned, you know, push them out of their comfortable corners, get them in vulnerable positions, and then exploit that vulnerability, which was successful to an extent, but only for a couple of rounds. After a point, it stopped working, and as soon as it stopped working, that's when Lords of Heist realized that we can just win this. We can, you know, take this home. And guess what they did? They did take it home. They will be moving on forward to the round of 8. They'll be the 4th team from today to secure that spot. Only a single best of 3 left to go. And Lords of Heist can take very well a chance to be in the top 4 teams. The teams participating in the playoffs from Southeast Asia, facing off against 4 rosters from South Asia as well. But right now, when they faced off against Fallen 5, they were just so many kills and so many amazing rounds. Let's have a recap of them as we bring on over to you the highlights.
Yeah, so we're going to quickly relive the short tale of Icebox for today. It started off with dominance. Started off with confidence, which quickly rubbed off its shine.
Yep. I have to say, all of that confidence was just, I mean, the initial 2 rounds, as we're seeing them in the match highlights, Those were the only 2 rounds that Fallen 5, I mean, they initially looked to win. After that, they got a couple more, but they had to wait till the second half for that. They spent the entirety of the first half just absolutely getting bombarded with everything Lords of Heist had to offer. And I have to say, boy, oh boy, did they have to offer a lot. Considering the fact that how they were playing, considering the fact the kills that they were getting, the positioning that they had, everything just seemed to work in the favor of the attackers. There were so many rounds where they won with multiple members surviving, 3 alive, 4 alive, and they were just nothing from Fallen 5 in terms of retaliation.
Yeah, there was barely anything, in fact. It seems like in almost every position where they had to play retake as well, they were more than comfortable. These slow maneuvers that caught the side of Fallen 5 off guard. This towards the mid round is where it all played difference, right? The rotation, the way that the way that HST were rotating around the map, both in silence and in comfort, something that's usually not a gift given to you in Icebox. It just felt like the punish wasn't there when HST were attacking, and that unpunished aggression not only gave them more fuel added to the fire, but also a little more in terms of burning ambition in the second half.
Absolutely so. Yeah, there was just so much helping HST win round after round. The momentum kept flowing. The economy was looking good, even if it got damaged a little bit. I mean, obviously, Fallen 5 didn't win any rounds. So, Fallen 5 had the maximum round loss bonus for the majority of the first half. Regardless of that, they couldn't really make use of a lot of those guns because at the end of the day, regardless of what gun you have, you just have to go for kills, and that's something Fallen 5 were failing in. They just couldn't go for the kills. Whenever they were trying, they were getting retaliated at, they were getting fired upon, and they were getting killed, much like these highlights right now. Peekaboo right here should not have survived, but he did, thanks to Insane holding down the angle, getting rid of Blast, and then more and more kills followed. Before you knew it, the first half came to a shivering end, where for F5 couldn't really have done much. They were in an 8-round deficit. They were trying, but they were just not succeeding.
Yeah, Peekaboo, his timings were absolutely on point in this game, right? His lurks were very calculated, at least by how it seems like on the surface. And this school bus peak, man, straight up sends you home. Oof, hard stuff. Hard stuff. They went for a good revive here, but again, with that position being so well noted, it just calls for a spam, right? After that, unless you have something like a flank, unless you have something where their backs are actively turned that sets you up for a big play, no way that you're making their way back in. Overall, a clinical showing. Fallen 5 not able to make much happen here in the best of one. So this sadly has to be their exit out of the Zotac Cup. This, however, was the first best of one which is this dominant. So maybe hopes up a little bit more for the last game that we have on our books today.
Who knows? And for Fallen 5, this may be the last time we saw them here at the Zotac Cup, but absolutely won't be the last time we'll be seeing them here at the Esports Club as well, because there will be more Southeast Asian tournaments in the future featuring those teams. And this match, well, no other way to describe it. It was hyper fast. Lords of Heist, they ended it rapidly, extremely quickly. And if you, the viewer at home, want your PC to function extremely fast at hyper speeds, well, make sure to grab RAM and SSDs only from Crucial. Click the link down in the description, get the best deals and the best products. As of now, OG, we have gone through 4 maps out of 5. Majority, 80% of the day is done. So far, all of the maps have been entertaining. I'm not going to lie, we haven't seen extremely close affairs other than the 13-9 that took place just before this one. But still, 13-5s, 13-4s, 13-6s, it's all that. For the final map, let's have a bit more hope. But before that, let's have a little bit of an ad break as the players will be getting ready. All of us will be taking a quick break, refreshing up, grabbing our drinks, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned and keep watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back for the last time of the day, for the last game of the day. As we have our final best of one, we gear
Yeah.
up for another intense map at Icebox. Hey, I have my coffee. I think you have whatever you want. This is going to be an intense match, hopefully, and I'm ready for this to go the full way. At least it does justice for us to end our day with, right? Games like the games we had
Exactly.
at Action PH, very memorable. So, hoping for maybe a nice upset here for the last best of one. And yeah, like I said, we have Icebox. So one of my favorite maps. I'm elated
Mhm.
already, man. What about you, CCV?
Okay, Pacific against 47 Gaming. We have seen 47 Gaming briefly once at the Esports Cup. I think they played the map of Breeze, was it? They played against some other team and they did end up winning. But this isn't Breeze. It's quite the opposite. Breeze, wide map, Icebox, it's got narrow corners, it's got hallways where you
Exactly.
have to be extremely careful walking through. I'm talking about B. I'm talking about Tube on mid, even mid boilers to an extent. And especially you've got the bottleneck on A, unless you can jump your way around. But other than that, it's going to be Icebox again. Okay, our first disruption of the day. I hope, and I really hope, sincerely hope, we would see all 5 new maps, especially considering that had that been the case, this map that we would be seeing would either be a Breeze or a Fracture or a Bind. Breeze and Bind, both of them have had recent changes. We have not seen them so far here at the Zotac Cup. I really want to see those. And Fracture as well, it's Fracture. Come on, I want to see Fracture. Even though I painstakingly learned all the call outs, I was like, this is called this is called this. I have now forgotten half
Wow.
of them. And I just say he's there to my teammates. And they're like, what's there? And I'm like, they're there. And like, they're there where? And I'm like, where? There. Anyways.
Dude, like I'll be
Anyways.
very honest with you, having that
Mhm.
experience in Fracture, right? So
Mhm.
I kind of love to play around new maps because it kind of demands you to
Right.
relearn how to play aggressively, how to play passive, when to do so,
True.
right? So I always get these teammates who don't know anything about Fracture, and it's so annoying to having to explain that. Regardless, now that we're done with the annoyance, let's get to the agent select, 'cause that's where the fun begins. We're heading into Icebox yet again. So on the side of the defense, we have our standard Viper, standard Sova, standard Sage. We might get to see the Rena this time around instead of the race that we did get to see prior. One thing for sure though is in the attack and the defense, we're gonna have a we exactly have a mirrored composition, right? Not only that, but we have the
Right.
double duelist. So there's not going to be any disparity in terms of what agents are going to be there, what the composition is going to be like. It's going to be dead even across the board. So right now, whoever takes the dub can clearly say that, yep, I'm the better one.
Absolutely, they can say that because exactly that's the thing. And not only that, but I honestly think that with mirror comps, my favorite thing is going to be the fights amongst the players themselves who are playing the same agent. And I'm not just talking Jet
Yeah.
versus Jet. Everyone talks about Jet versus Jet, even Reyna versus Reyna. I want to look at the controllers. I want to look at Viper versus Viper, especially the Viper split on a map such as Icebox, perhaps even a map such as Bind, where it's a far too common, even Breeze to an extent. I want to see that. I want to see how quickly can the Sovas get information based on their recon bolts, their owl drones, or even get kills based on their shock dot or destroy a bit of utility on their opposition side. So
Yeah.
I want to see these things happen. And now we get to. So, for the final time today, let's jump into the map. Let's see 2 brand new teams competing against each other for the first time. These teams, they have a lot of numbers in their names, but I think the number they'll be looking for is 13. For many, it will be unlucky, but for them, it will allow them to be in the top 8 of Southeast Asia.
Yeah. As we head on with the pistol, a very, very aggressive peek from PK will be able to regroup with his teammates as his eyes falling back on the back of that recon. Now he could not go aggressive there whatsoever. The wall basically funnels the rest of the attack in towards this narrow passage
look at
where the
that.
shock dart does immaculate damage. The choke, ice cream, that's what I want. But the attack, it's crumbling.
down A.
As they make that decision to retreat, they were half-minded and they were caught mid-transition. Now, that's costed them 2 tiered frags. A 2-man deficit. What's their strategy on their way back? Well, it seems like they're gonna go
spike.
back to the next round. That's all that they're waiting for.
Not only that, but the spike is dropping
One
no
enemy
man's land,
remaining.
and look at that from Brett Pan. just coming up from the back. He will secure the second. Now, Ice Cream will secure the second as well. And a flawless round from Pacific6. My. That's really good. And I think, OG, both of us know the tipping point of this round. It was this bottleneck. The Sage Slow Off, the Sage Wall, the Viper Snake Bite, the Shock Top. Every bit of utility that was spent right there just helped the defenders. And what were we talking about? How Icebox is different to Breeze. Breeze is wide. There are multiple angles to enter from. On Icebox, well, if you're not careful, you will come to a grinding halt and you will not be able to surpass that. You will not be able to get into the bomb side, and that is exactly what haunted 47Gaming. Well, forcing them to go for this half buy of sorts.
This is an aggressive wall. There's a possibility that Shy also climbs on top of it and makes his way on top of the entirety of the attack. Oh, 47. Spot the drone, but the backstab confirmed. That essentially leaves it only on the front line. Might push them to a fight. Shy trying to disengage from that angle, gets caught in transition. Vision can't get anything done from his position. Chuntu, wow.
Oh.
The pistols, they overwhelm you to such a degree. Ice Cream, he needs to make them scream. Because right now, it is like they're getting caught in a daydream.
To me, it feels like a nightmare more so because, well, 47Gaming, they have just overrun the side in their force by with upgraded pistols, and there's not really much Pacific6 can do. We saw an excellent no-scope early on in the day with the Marshall, but now this Marshall's not looking like they'll hit a lot of shots. He is peeking his Ice Cream, but is he gonna find something? He does get a headshot. So does Bread Pam. Now they're looking for kills, but what they should have been looking for kills was quite early on, since the time has run out and their lives have run their course. So the spike gets blasted, and 47Gaming, they blast their way into their first round win in round number 2.
Yeah. The engagements that were taken there by P6 were questionable. At the very best, the fallback didn't work, and you've got to give it to Nico, man. He landed a lot of low percentage shots, is what I might call them. On the entry, especially in a map like Icebox, if you don't have information, you have a lot of angles to clear, right? The fact that his intuition led him to not only the first, but also the follow-ups. Yeah. They're surely feeling the heat, and they want to bring in the heat on Icebox. At least make it a little more sweaty than it was on match 4 for today version. Ooh.
Oh my.
You talk about either side winning thrifties. Yeah, this would be the perfect way to reply, guys. A lot of shots on the Marshall being whiffed. Those are a lot of potential kills that he threw away. And now, Jintu's getting rushed upon. Nice engagement to take from PK.
Jesus.
Sheesh. Double spray. The sweaty, the patient, and the step ahead Sova.
Now I have a question. Why exactly is Bread Pan going for the frag? I know he has got one player, but he's down to 12 HP. Okay, now fallback. Finally, he takes the right decision, but I think it may be too little too late. There is T2 right behind him.
This? No, never mind. Back turn.
Okay.
That's all he
gonna
needed.
be a Vandal.
Exactly.
He shouldn't have gone for it in the first place. That's exactly what I was questioning. We saw this from other teams. I think, yeah, the Action PH game was a great example of... I mean, it was a 3v5, and then they used to save their rifles. Arguably, back then, they had a couple of Vandals, Phantoms, and an AWP as well. But even if you have a Vandal, no armor, nothing, just save it. Just fall back to spawn, because this is really not the place you'd like to be, even if you're looking for exit frags.
Yeah. It's about the long game. It's about making those small calls that make a bigger difference in the bigger picture of things. And right now, that which looked to be a thrifty victory snatched away from them. One thing is, when they needed to deliver the choke, they weren't really able to do it, right? They had everybody choked in through mid boiler. And after that point, when, if I'm not mistaken, it was PKHI who just tailwinded towards defender spawn, right? That was the game changer. That was the moment where the round was simply out of the control for the side of P6, who have now taken a tech timeout to resort the technical side of things so that tactical side of things could be on par.
Absolutely. And yeah, for now, it does put a bit of a momentum stop for either one of these teams, but arguably, I wouldn't say there's like too much like momentum favoring a specific team. We're only
Exactly.
3 rounds deep into this match. It is going to be just, it's just going to be a small obstacle that all 10 of the players and all of us watching will have to get over. Hopefully, the tech pause gets resolved as soon as possible and we can get back to the action, because no one, not even these 10 players, would like the action to stop. They'd like to continue it, they'd like to keep on going with it, and they may just starting to be very very soon, hopefully either. So at the moment, with how it stands, it's good that 47 Gaming, they have replied back in full force after losing the pistol to P6. That is good, but now the question has to be asked, can they continue this stream? This 2 round, can they make it a bit more, perhaps, on attack, just going for those post plants? You have a Sage, you have a Viper, go for those B takes. B as a bomb site, it has been overlooked so many times. Even in the previous match, A was being given so much more preference than B. And yet again, what are we seeing from these attackers? They are ready to execute onto the A bomb side. The AOE engagements are going to be taken. No casualty. Oh well, as I say that, there's the first casualty in favor of P6 now that they've got rifles as well.
Yeah, the drone being traded, but version getting better vision. He knows that there are at least 2 members on the attack towards A. With that information now relayed, it calls for this push to come to a grinding halt, and they're trying to play on the back of the position they've gained in through Kitchen. The only question is, from Kitchen, can they cook up a little bit of chaos and throw towards the other camp? If they aren't, then this round is just going to fall flat. It's on the back of chaos and misinformation you can pull off big plays like this. And right now, they need to start throwing in a little bit of utility to cause a little bit of that confusion.
They have to. And we are seeing the toxic screen go up, in this case from Pacific6, as the members of 47 Gaming, they look to get on the B bomb side. Brett Pan is here. Does no one know about him? He's still going to be checking the corner. He has been spotted and he has been thwarted away from the round and from his life. Oh, Yentus, he takes a really nice trade, opts for the backstab, as the members of Pacific6, they're looking to converge onto the bomb site. However, they are getting picked off one by one. We are back into an equal man count. Ice Cream, he can push up fairly close to the toxic screen. Shy as well, he'll be looking to break the Sage wall, and you've got Yentus from behind who spots multiple, but he won't be able to kill either one. Key to what? He gets another, and now that leaves Shy all alone. And wow, okay, that's a great way to end a round with a total of 4 kills and a 3k all by yourself.
Yeah, adding a little bit of the salt in the wound for that Sage diff there, just teabagging us opponents. A lot of what happened in this round has to be done to Gary Ray. The position he found himself in at Kitchen, at the timing he found it, could not have been any more perfect. At that moment, the side of P6 essentially made a gamble that they're going to leave Brett Pan to solo towards the B side along with the Viper wall. And if anything happens, there should be enough time for the rotation with the call being given. That wasn't the case. With the backstab in, they had all the information they were looking for year 47. And now they have all the position to deliver a crippling blow and to continue with the momentum going their way. But hey, all of this, it could be them just taking the day with those blades from Ice Cream. He needs to be as cold as vanilla if he wants to land these stabs. Ooh!
What?
Ice Cream, he makes them scream, bruh.
He does. Scream more so rage, I'm not gonna lie, but well, whatever it is, just as soon as you get those reactions out of your opponents, you may have won a bit of the battle. However, in this round, the war has been yet again won by 47 Gaming. They take their 4th round consecutively on board, and yet again, it was a kind of an echo from Pacific6. However, they are slipping up bit by bit, and they've got to start making a comeback. This round has to be an influential one, because if they lose this, it pretty much secures the fact that 47 Gaming will one way or another get like a lead or like a 7-5, something along the lines of that. in the first half. And then Pacific6, they will really be in a heap of trouble because they'll be switching on over with the round deficit. And so far from the teams that we have seen, no round deficit has been overturned in all 4 of the games. If your team goes into the second half of the round deficit, chances are you're pretty much lost as of now.
Yeah, at least they do get an early eye towards Ice Cream. They know his position towards Snowman. They know his weaponry as well. They're gonna be wise not to challenge this. Oh my god, look at the position from Gentus. He's put himself in a nice early lurk position.
Spike planted.
Almost confirms what the idea is. E6 are now trying to play for the post plant. This is such an unexpected play though. PK in the back lines causing mayhem. The retake, as it was in fruition, the baby steps that it took towards victory quickly snatched back by PKHI, who looks to cripple whatever this retake attempt was. I think that they're gonna save the rifles. They do not even want to think of the operator at this moment. Those plays require you to have the rifle. The lurk, the backstab. Yeah, PK and co. It almost felt like Gordon Ramsay was just cutting open a lobster there. It was that grotesque, but it was that mesmerizing as well.
Oh, I just feel like 47Gaming or Gordon Ramsay, and they can just, you know, slice up a chicken blindfolded because the way they are playing, they don't even need to look at their opposition. Just absolutely obliterate them one way or another. Yet again, 47, they're looking for an A-take. The toxic screen will go through amongst the poison clouds as well. And Nico, he gets the opening kill. The second though favors the members of Pacific6 as Yentis makes a comeback very, very quickly. Resurrection though will make sure that PKH, he's still in the game, he's still charging about, and so is Nico. He cannot be put a stop to. He is not someone who halts for anyone, and neither does PKH. That's the first. They're looking for the second. 4K for Nico, and that is the 6th for 47Gaming. Exactly what I was saying. This was the eco from Pacific6, and yeah, that's that.
Yeah, it seems like everybody is having these moments of individual brilliance, right? Everybody from the side of Team 47. I love this. Not the voice line though. I find the voice lines in this game to be quite annoying, not gonna lie.
We've had this conversation before, and I promptly avoided the question, which was my most annoying voice line.
Yeah, for now though, it's gonna be a small tech pause from the side of P6. At least, you know, in a tech pause, you're not really allowed to talk to your teammates. At least that's how technical pauses work in any tactical game. But what they will have is an opportunity to talk to themselves. You have a little bit of time. You have a little bit of breathing room. It's still not that far from redemption. 1-6. It's still possible for you to even tie this half, hypothetically. But that's only if you string 5 rounds back to back in consecutive fashion, right?
Right.
If you are a member of P6 right now, this disconnect gives me maybe 10-15 seconds. I can chill, allow whatever happened in the opening segment of the game to be relevant in my mind as I'm stratting my plan out, but not relevant when I'm taking the fight. The fear should be eliminated. A new start, a new you. That's how they should go about this. A comeback is still viable, CCV. The only question is, are they mentally ready for this journey? Because by no means is it gonna be easy. It's gonna be a trek upwards without there being any sort of leeway. The first half, I hope they're able to make amends to what went wrong initially, which in all honesty, it wasn't like P6 did not do their homework, right? In fact, I think the pistol proved us quite the contrary. They were able to get the stop. They were able to find what they were doing, and, you know, punish was there. It's only thereafter, which, you know, in the form of lurks, which in the form of mid-round calculated and slowed down aggression, have they fallen flat. The way you change this around is potentially change around your Sentinel setup to make sure that as soon as they're trying something new, they're facing some kind of obstacles. It shouldn't be this free-flowing.
Certainly so, yeah. I mean, for 47 Gaming, finding kills shouldn't be this easy. As defenders, like, I have to agree with you absolutely. Use your utility not just to, okay, stop the execute, but put yourself in considerable advantageous positions based on how you're playing, based on how exactly, and where exactly you're taking those gunfights. You know, consider the angle, the terrain, any height difference you have to worry about, or any obstacles in the middle, such as, you know, boxes and all. Like, you have got to use your utility. And the thing is, with the mirror composition, both of these teams, they have the same amount. I mean, they have quite literally mirror utility. So just use those and make sure that they are looking good and they are assisting you, not just strategically, but also in terms of getting rid of the opposition quite literally and dropping their numbers further and further down the drain.
Yeah. A long day, CCV. We've gotten to see, if I'm not mistaken, four best of ones before we did head on over to our second treat of Icebox. So we're getting our second piece of the dessert. What has been your favorite part of the meal from what we've had today? I think my favorite one has been the Action PH game. Just due to how close it got, you know, the best of one aspect of this always lures me to excitement, because there was a realistic chance that we might not have gone to see Action PH in the Zotac Cup, right? There was a realistic chance they would have gone out in the best of one, but they managed to make it back. Do you think there's any other day, a point of the day that you'd like to highlight?
I think the start, you know, Fullsense up against Lightspeed Esports. Lightspeed, they gave a great showing, and I think that's what matters. Yeah, you lost, but then again, you were against Fullsense. There weren't really major chances you were gonna have of winning regardless, but still, it was a great effort. As right now, after this technical pause and after everything has been resolved, thankfully it has been, we are going to be resuming. All 10 players are on board, and it has to be an effort from the members of Pacific6 who are going off all guns blazing. That's one kill from Ice Cream. A trade quickly happens, and we are still waiting for more for these players to do in this round.
Yeah, one thing very smart about Ice Cream as a Jet though is he's saving this tailwind. He's saving it for when it's absolutely necessary. Does a decent bit of damage. Updrafts to then get a different position. Oh, Shy, he had the revive. This could have been his round to turn around. Ice Cream though, still holding the angle. The peak comes on through, 27 HP. That hampers this retake ability. Version. He needs to evolve and become the best version of himself. He needs to come up on top. Breadpan though, a phenomenal headshot. The advantage firmly the way of P6. This could be an immaculate clutch, but it just seems like P6, after a small session with their brain, they come in with the pain. 6-2. Finally, the winds change direction, and P6 might just propel themselves a little more ahead. Of course, that's what we're expecting. That's what we're wishing for. That's what we hope. Let's just see how long the winds are gonna favor their sail.
I have to agree that Pacific6, you know, I mean, they've gotten off to a great start. And like you were saying, there is a chance for a comeback. There is a chance for a 6-6. However, it's still not in the most likely scenario, I'm not going to lie. I still think 47 Gaming, they have more than enough in the tank to get a couple more rounds on board. So 6-6, 7-5, 8-4, probably. I think that's going to be the case. And in this round more specifically, P6, they've got 4 ults on board, so they can invest a bit of that ultimate because their opposition, 47 Gaming, they've got rifles as well. So in no way, shape or form is this round any different to a normal gun buy. It is going to be a full gun buy. That's why guns won't matter. What will matter is the angle being held. PKH, is he going to check that angle? He does, and he kills.
God, what a demon.
Breadpan. Just again, reaction times at their best, and it looks like, you know, PKH, he was practicing those exactly, and practice makes someone perfect, and he's pushing through B as well. And this is a great fake, because look at 47 Gaming going through A. They will execute on A, and now everyone from Pacific6 will focus on the A bomb side. Meanwhile, PKH, he can do whatever he wants to try and get kills.
Yeah, dude, Nico's been an absolute demon today. Relentless in his pursuit for more kills. They do get the revive up. They're expecting the reface, and Nico left unpunished. This round, it better go the way of P6. They took a timeout. They need this for their first half. Hopes and dreams. Nico gonna buy even more time. Finally, put to a stop by Ice Cream, as he's the only one left to stop 47 in their conquest of getting this round. Position noted. Ice Cream operator. It's not gonna be saved, bro. It's gonna go down in the spike. At least he makes sure that nobody from 47 were able to grab their hands on it. And the back of my mind, CCV, as soon as Brett Toast lost that fight, wait, it's Brett Pan, right? As soon as Brett Pan lost that fight, it was Toast for the side of P6.
Yeah, I love
After
Messi,
having
bro.
that aggressive control being lost, with there not being any trade potential,
Right.
it hurts as a defense, because that man disadvantage, there's almost no way you can equalize it without extending yourself by a mile.
Get out of my way.
That is very true. Right now, oh, Jet versus Jet, and again the recoil transfer. Great stuff, and the recoil control from Ice Cream as well. Amazing, and what's even better is the Hunter's Fury on T2 from side of Pacific6. So they have gotten 2 kills for the price of 1. That's a great deal for them. And now 47Gaming, they'll be slowly making their way up Tube. Well, at the very least, Rap will, and he's right there. He can get a kill onto Brett Pan, who, if he doesn't check his angle, will soon as I mentioned, Srap gets the frag. And now we're back on equal terms. Make that favorable for 47Gaming. Version is still here on Boiler. He's holding the angle, and now he's the only one holding anything in this round of value for Pacific6. That's going to be the Sheriff, because all other 4 guns have been dropped. And now his body, well, now he drops 1 body before he drops to the ground. 47Gaming get another on board.
Nico, why are you tagging your teammate, bro? He was your friend. Alright, that's...
Is.
Depends, bro, on what side of the boat
I'm
you
a
are
true.
in. Feels like, at this moment, it's just fun and games for the side of 47. Pacific6. How did they turn this one around? Again, with the last round, with the way that the mid-round aggression did play, a beautiful lurk coming in from the side of Sherpop. Oh god. Oh god. Have mercy.
I don't think there'll be much of that right now. I don't know about God, but 47Gaming surely are not
Spike
having
down A.
any mercy, and they're not having any bit of what Pacific Gaming have to offer. Just killing them, and well, the teabag
Last
train
round before
continues
the
and
switch.
moves on. But we will also be moving on shortly to the side swap. As the announcer just said, it is the last round of the first half. Side swap is bound to happen. And OG, is this going to be another 10-2? What we were expecting to be a closest game, what looked like Pacific6 having a great start, has now turned into the same whole ordeal that the previous team fell into as well. It's almost as if Icebox is bound for those 10-2s.
It certainly does, bro. Certainly does. With there being only 1 defender towards the B side, that being Brad Pan, this rush, there's very little that can be done to put it to a halt. Gonna be Gary leading the charge. They use the Viper's Pit, but they push past the Viper's wall. The trade and the Hunter's Fury gives the man advantage, although Ice Cream continues to bring in the pain. And oh goodness, Nico. That was a disgusting headshot.
1 enemy remaining.
Cheatwad, he's been the sage that you need to look up to. This entire half, your duty is not over. So salty, but he manages to win it out. The bait. It almost felt like, here bro, you want another frag? Take it.
I was gonna mention that. I was like, you know what? Take this one instead of my life. Why not? I may give lives, but for you, I'm willing to offer a trade. But in this case, 47Gaming, they are not trading the scoreline for anything in the world. It is far too precious for them. 10-2? I've got to say, they have got a game on their hands, a potential dub already secured. All they have to do is just win the pistol, and things will pretty much be done and dusted, set in stone for 47 to then take the throne. Hopefully, not the throne, but one of the 4 spots out of the 4 South Asian rosters that will be moving on to the playoffs. As for Pacific 6, they have a lot of work to do, and a lot is going to be an understatement. The amount of pressure they have on them, it's far too much, and they're pushing on into A-bomb side. It's gonna be a 5 versus 5 brawl. Don't tell me Pacific6 go through with this. This is going to just be a death match survey in of itself. Make that a 5 versus 4 brawl, as the initial kills already happened.
Version tagged so dead low, finally taken down. And is this beginning at the end for Pacific6
down A.
in the Zotac Cup? That feels like it. Well, DCV, two of the most daunting sights, at least personally, in Valorant is one, when a Viper is on her ultimate, you're only at 1 HP and she has a judge. Two is when your Sage revives you, and in the corner of your screen, you can see your Sage run away. They're not gonna take the fight. So I think we gotta see the entirety.
And 3 is when you get placed in iron, but I have never
Oh,
experienced
yeah,
that.
I'm so happy.
I'm not admitting. No, I have never. I absolutely have not experienced that. No, I wasn't me this season. But what wasn't going to be Pacific6 is probably a lead for victory, because right now, after losing the Pistons, yet again they have been forced off into a weak-ish buy. They're looking for guns. They're looking to fall back, but they're going to be met with more firepower this time from the Sage, who guns down 1, 2, potentially looking for more. That's going to be the 3rd, and that's going to be the 12th.
Quick end.
Match point.
To what wasn't a quick day. 5 best ones. That's what we got to witness. Luckily, I'd say 2 have been like steamrolls. The other 3 though, even though the scoreline might suggest 15-7, 13-7, 13-8, it was way closer than that. So yeah, all things said and done, I think I'm very happy with the way today went. Of course, we still have one more round to end this one out on the side of 47. Maybe. Again, a big maybe.
That is true.
Okay. Spot it out. Rest of the team gonna push. And they're looking to end this one relatively quick. Everybody on the backstab. This feels like I'm watching a scrim.
Feels like I'm the one playing right now, but well, this backstab, it may just work. That's a quick trade, and that's gonna be the second with the spike being dropped. It is all down to Shy. Well, he can't shy away from this. He's gotta go for kills. He's against 3 prominent members of 47Gaming who are ready to gun him down at a moment's notice. He has been spotted.
Hey,
please don't tell me they're
let's
going
go.
Oh,
Let's go.
no.
Are they trying? Hey, dude, look at that. Look at that. It's trying to be a friendly stage. It's trying to be a friendly stage, bro.
What am I
bro,
watching?
Bro. Yeah, let's go.
Away quietly.
Let's go the bat.
Do not fight us again.
That's how we end it. Nice. It's a home run to take us home, dude. I'm happy.
Spike down
Let's
Alright,
just enjoy the replay. There we go. Look at her fall. Slow-mo. She goes like, ooh. And well, that's how today has been, right? It's been a slow day, a slow beginning, and a slow finish. I mean, no, not a slow finish, a quick finish. Yeah.
That absolutely was like old people fall trails on YouTube and stuff. That deserved to be there. But other than that, I mean, those are funny to watch. But other than that, again, a great match, especially from 47Gaming. The first round didn't go in their favor, but after that, they absolutely could not be stopped. As soon as they could force buy, and they were not restricted to just the pistols, they bought anything and everything they wanted. The Ares, the Spectre, the Phantom, the Vandal, the Orb, everything was on the board. Nothing was off limits. And in terms of killing your opponents, well, no way was off limits as well. You wanted to use the Blade Storm, the Shock Dart, everything was up for grabs. And boy, oh boy, did 47Gaming grab so many rounds consecutively, thus grabbing the win eventually and snatching it away from the hands of their opponents. So I'd say overall, great match from their side. And not much to be said except for kills going in their favor and just the executes working as well at times. But yeah, Icebox is a map. Either your execute works or it fails miserably. You can try to pull off fakes. There were several instances of them, but sooner rather than later, you're gonna get shut down and you're gonna get clobbered.
Yeah, so one crucial part of Icebox, which I like, is the fact that, you know, Also along the lines of fracture, the defense needs to play aggressive. As a defender, you need to take that first peek to get information and then base your mid
Right.
game out of. So it doesn't allow you to
Right.
play all that passive. Let's quickly head to the highlights to relive our last best of one of the day, ladies and gentlemen. As it's been quite a day. P6, it looked nice in the start, right? That's the thing, though.
Absolutely.
It's not about how you start your book, it's about how you finish it off.
I think it's more about the title page and like the cover of the book. But in this case, I mean, I mean, I never judge books by their cover page. I usually look at reviews and I'm like, I'm not gonna read books. Who reads books? More
Same.
so,
I was just gonna say
in
the
this
same.
case, the thing that was being read were just the attacks from the side of Pacific6, if anything. They were just manuals of students to help pass exams, and 47Gaming, they passed the bar, and now they've moved on over to the top 8 in Southeast Asia, and they'll be playing very, very soon, hoping to get a top 4 spot. As for Pacific6, they tried their best, but in this case, they fell a little too short. They were very good up until they reached the top 16s. And after that,
Love
they
this
just
clip,
got
though.
outmatched.
Yeah, quick, fast fingers. And the duelists on either side, especially on the side of P6, you'd see them come alive on multiple occasions, right? It's just that Team 47, as a complete package, everybody got individual moments, everybody got high impact rounds, and some of these calls that they made, it was so out in the open and so rare to see that P6, they would. It was justifiably so that they did not expect that. If they would have expected that, I would have lost my mind.
That is true. That is true. Right now, having a look at the highlights as well, yeah, it's just such a predominant factor winning kills. I mean, if we have a look at the initial couple of kills as well, we can see that, 47Gaming, they just somehow always got the round in their favor. Starting kill didn't matter too much. What mattered is how the rounds end. And every single time, the man count went to a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4. And soon enough, 47Gaming, they took the win home. So have a look at this round as well that we're watching currently in the replay. Round number 12, Nico just popping off with that Empress. He gets traded out, but yet again, we were seeing kills happen. Tito Watt was present and precise crosshair placement, and then followed by the bait, just offering the kill before taking down the Sova himself. So Pacific6, they tried everything, but be it the first half, be it the second half, they couldn't really do much. And in the second half, they just got absolutely clobbered up. So one pattern we noticed today, OG, was the team that was in the deficit in the first half, they ended up losing ultimately.
Yeah, at the end of the day, there can only be one that has won. Sadly, that one is 47. And, yeah, it was such a dominant showing on Icebox that heading into tomorrow, heading into potential best of threes that we have played, you just got to hope that they're able to perhaps deliver the same amount of lethality with there being equality on the other side, right? I really want to see a nice close best of three. It's been a long day, but sadly, regardless of how good the day has been, the day must come to an end, my friend.
That is true. That is true. However, we've had a lot of fun as well. We got to see some great games. We got to see some great players. And obviously, we got to see some great products. All thanks to Zotac, Nvidia GeForce, top-of-the-line graphics cards, mid-tier, high-end, low-tier graphics cards for all consumers out there. Crucial with their hyper-fast RAM and SSDs, making sure everything boots up to its quickest to the quickest times essentially, and you can insta-lock your favorite agent. LG Ultragear is there so that when you get your agent, unlike me, you can finally top frag, you can put that insta-lock to good use, and then you have Corsair for all your favorite peripherals to make sure you are at your top of the game. And you have here us at the Esports Club to make sure that your entertainment is always to its fullest and you never miss out on any content. So make sure you like and subscribe to this video, subscribe to the channel as well. Follow us on social media for more updates. Follow the teams as well. We'll meet you tomorrow at a similar time here at the Zotac Cup with the Southeast Asian round of 8s. The best of 3s are about to start. The main playoffs are about to start. Everything is going to be intense. But for now, the best of 1s come to an end. And so does this stream. Thank you everyone for watching. We'll be signing off. Bye-bye.
is gone, the tide has turned. So give me a light, show me what I need. I know I'm blind, but I hear symphonies of your heartbeat.